morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Howdy. How you doing? G'day. Yes, I'm back. And right on time, as far as the trial goes anyway. The court has just opened the cameras up. And today is Loony Boony Tuesday. Good morning, Tricia. How are we? Are we excited? I'm so excited for today. I cannot wait to hear her testimony. Actually, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Please don't tell me I've got issues again. Can you hear me? Oh, no. Phew. Excellent. All right, cool. I just couldn't hear what was going on in my head, which I don't really know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Yes, she is absolutely going to testify today. The state has, they've just got the last witness who is the, I think the lead investigator who brought in the videos and the interrogation videos. And so they've got cross-examination and I think either redirect or rebuttal, and then they're going to rest and it's going to get turned over to the defence, and she will be their first witness because they need her to testify to bring in everything else. So exciting, exciting stuff. Now, I might have made up something, just a little something, just to break the ice for the day before court starts. Let's get into it and I'll show you.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
All right, here we go. Have a listen to this. You ready? What's going to happen today? Okay, all been waiting for? We've got to be sliding. What's going to happen? Now, if you've been living under a rock and don't know who Sarah Boone is, then you need to swipe left. Sarah Boone is on trial for unaliving her boyfriend George in a suitcase. Okay? She's been waiting 5 years for her testimony. Now, what will happen? What will happen today? Do you think she might transform into perhaps a, come on, beautiful butterfly and fly away free as a bird, or a moth and not be very happy at all? Bad Sarah. Bad Sarah. All depends on you, Sarah. But she's going to be, good morning, Elizabeth. Sorry, I didn't say good morning to you either, Christine. I'm sorry. Good morning. Good morning, all. Good morning. And thank you for the lovely words yesterday. I did read them and I do appreciate you all and love you all. Thank you. So she is, yeah, no, she's no butterfly, but did you like my picture? That's why I was late. I was whipping that up. I had to do something to commemorate the day. It's been a long time coming. Yes, so righto, let's add the stage, shall we? Let's go to the go. Let me set up my little suitcase. Where are we? Day 3. Woohoo! Now, I don't know if you heard. Thank you, sweetheart. I know you do. Yes. You're also just so lovely. I can't thank you enough. As you can see, we've got no audio in court yet. They're probably waiting for the jury again because there's not particularly good parking down at the courts. So my theory, Elizabeth, is that with this battered spouse defence, it might be easier actually if I put up that chart that I made. So I believe that the new attorney is doing this battered wife defence, or what battered wife syndrome defence, because it encompasses a huge umbrella of things, including, domestic violence, the whole package that goes with that, the cycle of abuse, depression, PTSD, all of that. Now, the reason the judge hasn't let it come in yet is because they haven't established that triggering act, like the pivotal. I can't remember. There is a name for it, and that pivotal act is supposed to elicit an extreme emotional response from the person suffering with this syndrome, and that extreme emotional response is attributed to the battered wife syndrome. All they need is the trigger, and they haven't been able to establish it. And that's what I think her testimony is going to do today. I think that she is going to testify to something to the effects of, he threatened me whilst he was in the suitcase. Now, that changes everything, because if they can bring in battered wife syndrome, this is how it works. Under Florida statute, they need to prove a depraved mind, a willful disregard for human life, and intent to get to second degree. Now, if her testimony shows the trigger by George saying something like, when I get out of here, whatever, then that it triggers an extreme emotional response. Now, you add to that the previous history of abuse, which she can prove, and once she testifies, her testimony becomes evidence, and she can bring in all the DV records, all his medical records, everything. The fact that he put himself in there, she has a history of alcoholism, and she will have experts up there to diagnose her with depression and PTSD, guaranteed. The fact that it happened at home encompasses the castle doctrine and stand your ground, where you don't have a duty to retreat. And if she has this extreme emotional response, her perceived threat of imminent harm could justify the use of deadly force. You add to that the altered cognition with the extreme intoxication, and I can't see how they get past involuntary manslaughter. If they play it right. That
James Owens for
is
Sarah
just
Boone.
my opinion and my thoughts on where this defence is going. That's my theory anyway. I hope I'm wrong.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you
Oh.
state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boone, 1010.
Really don't know exactly how
Ms.
long
Boone
it
is seated at counsel's table
it's
wearing
over
a
11
black
hours.
blazer and a dark blue
Well over
blouse.
11 hours.
She is in custody. However, she is not in any restraints, so we will continue to stand
As per the
while
medical
the jury
examiner
panel
yesterday.
enters and exits. My understanding is that our panel is here this morning. State, do we have any
Probably
housekeeping
just
matters we need to address
14, I would
before we
say.
bring back in our panel?
Because rigor mortis is starting to dissipate.
3 discovery issues, and then I filed a motion late last night requesting
Main
camera
interrogation is about trying
inventory
to exactly how
into
long. Yeah.
potential conflict of
Yeah.
interest. I copied your JA.
I did review the motion.
The 3 discovery issues are these. One
Yeah.
on October
According to,
5th
as
or
far as I
October
can
4th,
see,
I believe
the
defense
punishment
provided
for
with the
involuntary
body-worn camera
manslaughter
911 calls from
in
prior
Florida is
incidents.
4 to 10 years.
And there was a request made to
So
tell us what, if
if
anything,
she was
should
to
be redacted from their point of view, so that we could either reach an
have that
agreement
charge
or use
reduced,
the court's resources to decide
even
any
if she did
conflicts.
got the maximum sentence and did the 80% of that,
Yesterday
which is 8
morning
years
was the
minus
first
4
actual response
she
I
served,
got from the defense team,
nearly
and it was
5 she served.
incomplete. It was about
That
3 of the 5
justifies her
incidents.
negating
I do agree with
that
2
plea deal.
of the redactions, and
I know,
getting those taken
all
care
good.
of. But
If you've
obviously, just
seen,
like connecting to the
if
courts.
you've seen the interrogation video and the video of the suitcase, pretty much you know the story. That's it. That's all they've presented, because the defence haven't been able to present anything else. They can't bring anything else in. until she testifies. She's got to lay the foundation.
Screening, it takes time, and I'm not the person
Oh,
who's
he is,
doing it. Somebody else in the office has to do it.
as I said to Steve yesterday,
The
if
third incident,
this is his
I think
goal,
we're still
if this
not
is
on the
his
same page
plan
with what the state's
all
planning to
along,
introduce. So I
um,
resent the email with
he's
the
brilliant.
screenshots of what files
Absolutely
the
brilliant.
state plans on introducing to the defense team again this morning.
Because I don't think the
I have
state
not
can
heard
do that.
anything yet from
They can
the defense team
almost
about
turn it
the fourth and
against
fifth
them.
incident. I
Everything,
was
because she starts
told that Attorney
was
Beck was going to
citing
handle it. It is
previous
now
incidences
Tuesday,
of
day
her
7 of
domestic
trial.
abuse
He has not
in the
handled
video
it.
itself.
The second discovery issue is
And every witness that
Friday, I was given a
testified
hard
to
copy of the 119
her,
pages of
you
the
know,
second copy of the
TV,
Winter Park Advent Health
On
records.
10/18,
this battered wife.
October 18th, that would have been the preceding Friday.
I was given the hard copy after court at about 5:30, 5:45. I emailed the PDF of those records back to the defense as they requested. I put Bates numbers on them. I understand from court what pages
but-
they indicated that they want to use and what pages the court indicated should be included at the state's request, which is pages 26 and 48 out of the 111. I would just
So loud,
appreciate
and I
if I could
can't hear
get
myself in my ears.
a copy of
Why that is.
the intended exhibit as it shall be introduced in the court, so I can confirm those things ahead of time and not in court. And then the third thing is, I believe we had a discussion about the plethora of pages regarding
Plethora.
the victims' hospital records, and that there was some sort of
Victims'
discussion we
hospital
had
records.
that they were to narrow it down.
Why?
And
Why do they want his medical records? Why? I know they're going down the route of extensive coronary artery disease, and it was testified to yesterday. Oh, sorry, in her police interrogation video, she did mention that he was having chest pain. So I know the defense are going to try and attribute that to it, but there was no evidence to that. There was no damage in the autopsy shown to the heart muscle itself. So they're going to head down that route. Now, what I reckon their biggest issues are, what I'll do is I'll keep playing
I
this.
have
And I'll
not
just
been
take
given
it
any
down.
narrowed down version of
I
that.
was
so
going to
that we
argue
can
about this paperwork shit. Okay. So the biggest obstacles they're going to face, the defense is going to face,
The first discovery issue regarding
or the
Michael
arguments that
Kraynick
the state have is,
to the,
okay,
my understanding,
how he
five
got into
primary
the suitcase.
defense.
Obviously, she didn't put him in there because it's physically impossible for her to put a grown man into a suitcase. He had to have gotten in there of his own volition. Okay? Why was the suitcase out in the first place? Well, she had an answer for that too in the interrogation, that they were clearing out Lucas's cupboard to take to Goodwill, and it just happened to be out. Then there is the text messages that make reference to hide and seek and getting rid of George. But in the interrogation video, again, that phone was a communal phone. They both used it. So when the Celebrite data analyst came in and the defense questioned her, she confirmed that you could tell what device was being used, but you couldn't tell what user was using the device. And the messages were nonsensical. They didn't really make sense either. So I don't think that's going to be an issue to that's going to be an issue too much. They've got to prove a depraved mind, and I don't know how they could do that with the extent of the intoxication, the level of intoxication that she had. Her obvious, cognitive function was severely inhibited. That would have affected her decision-making skills and
Incident
um,
the state has identified for which there's no
I can't remember.
responses to redaction. Is that the body-worn camera?
Yeah,
reportedly
impaired
between law
decision-making and
enforcement
altered cognition.
Mr. Torres' mother?
The blunt force trauma. Well,
Bless you.
at the end of the day, the ME said that didn't contribute to his cause of death. So that's how they get around that. How far the zip was done up? Well, there is no evidence to say either way. It's her testimony, and if she testifies to it, that it was left open a certain amount. On the other side of the suitcase where you can't see it, who is going to prove otherwise? That is enough to create doubt. Yeah, exactly. Well, in the opening statements, the defense said that she lied. She lied in her interrogation video. I think because she was too embarrassed about her alcohol abuse. No, he didn't zip it up himself. No, absolutely not. I don't think they have, so far, their case, I don't think they've proven intent or a depraved mind. Yes, possible willful disregard to human life, but they have to meet all three components for second degree. And I can't see it yet. I really can't. And yeah, the perception of an imminent threat of harm or danger with that amount of intoxication, and if she testifies to that trigger that causes such an extreme emotional response, and you invoke the castle doctrine, justifiable use of deadly force.
All right, addressing the third incident,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
specific portions of the June 15, 2019 incident.
I don't think
seemingly the
they've done it for me.
body-worn camera that you're making reference to, Mr. Henderson, the state has
I
no
really
intention
don't.
of utilizing.
What's that I've got about the phone?
Sure.
The defense will focus on the fact she's been compliant all the way through. She handed her phone straight away to the police. She has not tried to conceal anything. She has not deleted anything off her phone. She didn't try and hide the crime. That's all consciousness of guilt. I am just putting that out there. It's her testimony. It's all going to be on her testimony. Everything rides on it. Her freedom relies on it.
Based on incident dates. So we have to kind of cross-reference.
What the hell are they arguing now?
So you can just make the record entirely clear. OCSO incident 18-067501. There was no 911 calls and apparently no objection. So they have no redactions requested for that 2018 case. Then the next response was 6/15/2019 case. And that, for the record, is OCSO 19-054917. Their request on that one was the 911 call that we just discussed, indicating that at 3:51.
Well, yeah, I haven't been able to bring that in yet.
It turns into another case, and to redact that to the end. We agreed. Video 3 in that file, again, no file name, indicates at 9:40 to 9:43, there's a redact request with previous arrest. The state agrees to that. We heard her quickly say that at 9:43, and we will get that taken care of. Then their next response was 6/18/2019 case, which I had to cross-reference back to show that it is OCSO 19-055572.
I really like this judge too.
And in that particular case,
no nonsense.
what I sent them was a screenshot that includes the OCSO case number 19-055572, and it indicates there is an intent by the state to introduce 2 911 calls and 1 video file labeled axon_flex_2_video _2019-06-18_1330. My response that I received from them was video 3 in file, 2 minutes 7 seconds to 2 minutes 18 seconds per ID.
The other thing is too, if you go back to watching her interrogation video, she had no idea of those videos, none.
I did not indicate
If she had known that shit was on there,
3 or 4 files, it was just 1 file. And
You
then
heard her
again,
say,
with the
I'm
other two
excellent.
I don't
I
address
excel at
105 yet. My understanding,
everything.
there's no response.
She's
We'll address that
far
momentarily.
too
Responses
arrogant
to the
to,
clarification
and
as
she's
to what
probably
it is
way
the
too
state
pissed off with
seeks
herself to go, oh
for
my
incident
God, how
3.
stupid am I? Not to have deleted
Okay,
it.
all right. With regard to incidents 4 and 5, Mr. J, could you place on the record what it is specifically as to those incidents the state may be seeking to introduce?
Looks like they're trying to introduce new evidence or new.
Yes, sir. So what we're calling incident number 4 should be OCSO 19-078009, August 28th, 2019. We indicated the desire to use axon _flex _2 _video
You've renamed it something exciting.
2019-08-28 _2024.
Video, the
And
state
then at their
wants in
request,
or-
they had desired to get photos of Ms. Boone's injuries from that case. There is a 19-page PDF file, which has pictures taken by law enforcement of her injuries. I don't see anything else in there. One picture of Mr. Torres, a couple pictures of Mr.
Yeah.
Torres, but nothing that the state
Previous
was objecting
injuries
to.
from TV, I think.
So that was at their request that they wanted photographs in. So that is incident 4, which is labeled OCSO 19-078009.
With regard to seemingly the body-worn camera that the state seeks to enter into evidence from August 28th, 2019, what say the defense?
Probably a previous call out for DV.
John, I don't know about the state's position on this. There's a portion of this video at the very end that's very personal to the investigating officer that they may want to redact. We're not asking anything to redact.
Is the state seeking any redactions?
I'm just clarifying what their redaction requests are in that particular file.
Okay.
If they don't have any, then
So are there any redaction requests with regard to that particular file? Okay. I'm just keeping notes. Give me a moment, y'all.
Don't forget the underscore judge. She must be like peeing her pants with excitement. I hope she put a tenor pad on.
As to the 5th incident, Mr. J.
No redaction request, Your Honor. I do want to point out that we were apparently advised yesterday that the state was only going to use the 3rd video possibly. And so we haven't really spent a whole lot of time worrying about it since then.
Let me clarify as to what the 5th incident is, just so that we're all on the same playing field.
Judge, the 5th incident is OCSO 19-079
Underscore.
759, and that was on September 4th of 2019. Within that screenshot that I sent to them,
All right. Now, from our trivia night the other night, remember she was charged in 2019 with strangulation, battery, asphyxiation via strangulation with the DV incident. That's what they're trying to bring in. And George was charged on 3 episodes in 2018. So that's maybe what they're trying to bring in. But Sarah was definitely charged with strangulation in 2019.
photographs of the
Come on. L.
Bruce.
Bruce.
Find out what counsel's here for. Is that the video from the perspective of, as identified by Mr. Beck, one more geared towards Ms. Boone or one more geared towards Mr. Torres?
My interpretation of both of them is there's interactions with Ms. Boone, and then there's interactions with Mr. Torres upstairs after he's located.
Mr. Beck, the specific file number was identified. So just to confirm, no redactions. Okay, all right. So just as a recap, with regard to the first incident, the 911 call, the parties have agreed to redactions at the timestamp of 351 towards the end. With regard to the second incident, body-worn camera, a redaction from timestamp 940 to 943 has been agreed to. With regard to the June 15, 2019 incident, there are 2 911 calls and 1 body-worn camera sought by the state, to which the defense has no redactions. The August 28, 2019 incident, for which there is no redactions to the body-worn camera, but there is a 19-page PDF with photos that the defense intends to be included with that submittal, to which the state has no objection. As to the 5th event,
Why would they object?
3
Why would the
photos
defense
of
object
the
to
defendant, body-worn
previous
camera, and a
instant
911
violence
call for which there are no
record injuries?
redactions. Does that clarify everything for the state?
Thank you.
Is there anything that I stated incorrectly, Mr. Beck, Mr. Henderson, or Mr. Owens?
No, you were.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving to the next issue with regard to the 119 pages from Winter Park.
Well, that's his
Defense, are you in a position to provide, I believe we discussed it either Friday or I think it was last week, we discussed it as to how it was culled down. Yes, because we had the Richardson hearing on Friday, how that list was culled down and the additional pages that the state was seeking. And then if they were able to find, I believe it was page 68, we would readdress that. Have you provided that finalized exhibit to the defense as to those specific Winter Park health records from the 119 pages that the defense may be seeking to enter into
No,
evidence?
sorry.
I believe they received everything from us, and we identified those documents that were not specifically addressed by the defense, that the state wanted sent out a rule of completeness. I believe we're.
Yeah, there was 2 pages.
But my understanding from Mr. J was that they were looking for the tangible copy of what it is that you were actually looking to move in, those 12, 14, 15 pages. Okay, if you could provide that to them by noon, I would appreciate
I'm
it.
not sure if it's, that's what we're saying.
But if it's going to be moved into evidence, we have is it going to be moved in paper form, or is it going to be moved in digital by virtue of a CD?
We can get it, Judge. We'll work on it.
Okay, perfect. Just get it to the state. It doesn't have to be intangible. Just get them what it is that if it's an electronic format, that's fine. Just the state should be entitled to know what it is that y'all are intending to move out of those pages, just to confirm it. Lastly, with regard to hospital records of the victim, I know there were conversations and discussions about that list being narrowed down. The state has advised that details as to those narrowed down records has not yet been provided. What say the defense?
The hospital records for the victim, Jorge Torres.
That's my understanding.
They just wanted 2 pages out
We
of
need to
that.
do
I
that,
think.
Judge. We've got to do that.
Okay. My understanding is that the experts are potentially teed up to testify tomorrow. I don't recall if those records are a basis of the experts' opinions.
The second expert is not likely to testify until Thursday. She's testifying in Bay County tomorrow. I can be here Thursday, and I spoke with Dr. Brandon last night. He will be present tomorrow morning.
We might even be on verdict watch by the end of the week.
Did either Doctors Brannon or Harper rely on those medical records?
Dr. Harper did. It's in her deposition that was taken a couple of weeks ago. I think the question was posed.
Ms. Perez, good morning. If you're here for pretrial, 19 Alpha, Judge Myers is covering.
I would have been.
Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Dr. Julie Harper, I know she considered the records of Jorge Torres, and we took Dr. Harper's deposition, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. She was asked by the state about everything that she relied upon, and she did indicate that. Are we going to use or attempt to introduce those records? We'll pare it down if we are.
Okay, you've got till 5 p.m. today to advise the state as to what of those culled down records you're going to be utilizing. So they have the opportunity to review those in advance of Dr. Harper testifying.
Mhm.
I apologize to Madam Court Reporter for speaking on top of each other. Dr. Brandon is testifying as a subject matter expert. We would have specific familiarity with this case. And so there are no
State, any other issues we need to address with regard to the discovery issues that you brought to the court's attention this morning?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, moving now to the,
We are on the last witness still. So it's the last state witness who is I think the lead detective or investigator. She's from law enforcement, and she's the one that brought in the videos of the interrogation and the suitcases. So I think the state have finished their direct examination, and I think first up this morning it's the defense turn to cross-examine, and then they get a chance to rebut that, and then they rest. That's it. That's their last witness. Oh, you dumb shit. Clicked the wrong thing. I'm an idiot.
we can address it after the lunch hour. And that'll give the court the opportunity to do any research during the lunch hour on it as well. All right, anything else, Mr. J, that,
I looked at it briefly. I'm not for sure exactly what the allegation is. I don't know if we need to talk about that. So excuse me?
I'm not,
Can we approach the bench?
sure, come on up, yo.
Oh, of course. Excuse me. All right. Well, while they're doing that, I found some info the other day and I never got a chance to put it up. It's all about the definitions under the umbrella of this battered wife syndrome as pertaining, sidebar, as pertaining to the Florida statute. So, can you read that? So it was first established, I think, back in 1979, and it's often called intimate partner. Intimate relationship. Where is it? IPV. I can't remember. Anyway, so it describes a battered woman as a woman who is 18 years or over, who's been in an intimate relationship with a man who repeatedly subjects or subjected her to forceful physical and or psychological abuse. And that's the other thing too. It ties in the alimony as well, because having financial control or restricting a person's financial capacity is another form of domestic violence, believe it or not. So she hypothesized that the battering occurred as a cycle, a tension of building phase, an acute battering phase, and then a reconciliation phase, which makes sense how Sarah's testifying to say that we were good that day, this week it was fine. It goes in a cycle. So it's been in inception for over 40 years, and it's now been revised to include a cluster of psychological sequelae from living in a violent relationship, which can include emotional, cognitive, and behavioural deficits, which negatively influence a woman from leaving, or it's actually either now, from leaving a relationship after the battering occurs. And due to the similarities in the symptoms of clusters or clinical history, some people have argued that it is a subset of PTSD. Examples of the types of criminal cases in which battered wife syndrome has been used in the United States including by defendants in cases of self-defense and duress, and it's used by prosecutors in criminal contexts. We also explore the judicial acceptance of PTSD has informed the legal standards involving battered wife syndrome and the ways in which might improve alternatively. So it's often referred to as IPV. So I can't remember what that stands for. It's on the next one, I think. Recent years demonstrate the ways in which the use of this may shape the judicial interpretation pertaining to self-defense, particularly about imminency of threats. And it goes through a heap of case law. But It's supported by the use of battered wife syndrome as a defence for a defendant who shot and killed her abusive husband whilst she was watching the television. Specifically, the Court of Special Appeals noted the husband had been threatening to kill the appellee on a daily basis and taunting her with details about how he would carry it out, even though he was not assaulting or threatening her at the time when she shot him. The court found that the chronic nature of this abuse, as well as her statements that he would not kill her when she shot him, supported a strong inference that the defendant was in fear of imminent harm. The appellate court affirmed a decision to grant post-conviction relief to the defendant, ordering a new trial, partly due to the defence counsel's failure to introduce battered wife syndrome evidence for the purposes of the defence. So there you go. It's intimate partner violence, I think it's called. Defendants who can demonstrate the proximity of this and its influence on their alleged crimes may be more likely to succeed with a duress defence related to battered wife syndrome. There's the two elements. There's a self-defence and a duress. Or courts may be willing to at least consider this evidence in criminal proceedings under these circumstances. What else have we got? That was as far as that, the more the legal side. And then I had more to do with
Table that for now and address it potentially this afternoon.
Later.
Strategy that they have employed in the use of your defense.
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
All right, bring the jury. Come on. I must say, I started my energy drink early today as I'm a bit tired. I didn't get a great deal of sleep. Unfortunately, with the court running late yesterday, it ran till 6 p.m. And even though Mandy shut the stream down, I was still awake because I had to get up and turn the computer off anyway. Oh, I reset another trial. Then I got a text message that I had some contractor coming out to measure my fences. I had to stay awake for that. So I didn't get to sleep until, I don't know, 11 in the morning. And woke up at 2:30. And then got another couple of hours later on this afternoon, but that's it. Damn you, Sarah! Damn you! It was a long day, yeah. Yeah, I think it was like a 9-hour stream or
State, do
something.
you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone would be seated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Members of our jury, good morning.
Well, I'm pretty
Welcome
much
back
at
to
night
12
at
Alpha
the
of the
moment.
Orange County
Doing this.
Courthouse. Thank you again for your time, your attention, and your sacrifice in this
You
matter.
have to.
Just by a show of hands, if you could confer that you complied with the court's instructions last night. The record will reflect all juror members have raised their hands. State, if you could please recall Detective Kepsel.
State would call Detective Kepsel.
So I think they're going to bring in the 911 call and those other body cam 911 videos. Aren't you glad we did that trivia night now?
Please swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ma'am, good morning. Again, could you state and spell your name for the record?
Now, if Uda Hef were here,
My name is Chelsea Kepsel, Chelsey
he'd be called a
Kepsel.
hottie, I reckon.
Mr. Cacciatore, you may proceed.
Your Honor, we tendered the witness to the defense.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Henderson, you may proceed with any cross-examination.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, it's my understanding that on
Yes,
February
it's good.
24th of 2020,
Hottie on the
you
stand.
responded to this crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes,
Were you the first officer to respond to the crime scene?
no,
So there were other officers who were there prior to you arriving. Is that correct?
yes,
Were you the first detective to respond to the crime scene?
Myself and my partner, we all arrived at the same time because we left from the same location at the same time.
Okay, and who is your partner then?
Detective Scott Lowen.
And throughout the whole time, you and Detective Lowen worked on this case together, is that correct?
Yes, he assisted me with this case.
Now, when you arrived on the 24th, approximately how many other officers were there?
Including like deputy sheriffs, like in uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Oh, approximately 4, maybe, I would assume.
Had it been designated a crime scene at that time, and had tape or security measures been taken to protect the scene?
Yes, they had.
So that had already been done by the time that you arrived, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, in the investigation, one of your, or what you're trying to accomplish in the investigation is basically get a basics of what took place. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, I would.
All right. And you can do that one or two ways, or a combination of ways. One is to take testimony of potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. On this day, did you in fact do that?
Yes, I did.
And one of those potential witnesses was Sarah Boone. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And you took a statement from Sarah Boone because we've all seen it. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
And at that point in time, Ms. Boone did not have to talk to you if she didn't want to, did she?
No, she did not.
So she agreed to talk to you at that point in time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Were there any other witnesses besides Ms. Boone that you talked to on this initial date of the 24th?
Just Brian Boone.
And Mr. Boone told you what? You had a chance to talk to him. He told you his involvement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, wasn't Mr. Boone's testimony, was that recorded too?
I conducted an audio recording, yes.
Okay. Is that standard procedure when you do your interviews to try to record the interviews?
Yes.
What's the benefit of that?
So I know what was said.
Okay.
You see how long it takes me to have
and if something goes on for a long
Speaking of
time,
hockey,
you
on
can
the stand
refer
today.
back to it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, and out there, that's part of talking to witnesses or potential witnesses. Okay. Also, it's your job too to identify potential physical evidence in a case.
Yes, it is.
All right. And in fact, on the 24th, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have anyone assisting you in doing that aspect of it?
Yes, crime scene investigators and digital forensics investigator.
All right. And was Miss Melissa Roffengarden, that's how it's pronounced? Pronounce it for me.
Rough Garden.
Roffengarden. Okay, thank you. Did she help you in that area?
She was the lead crime scene investigator, yes.
So were y'all walking around together? Give the jury an idea of how that process takes place, please.
So yes, when I initially arrived on scene, I introduced myself to Sarah Boone and explained that I wished to go inside her residence, which she gave me consent to go in and look around. I went in, looked around, and then when my CSIs arrived, they would go in, take pictures, and then I kind of leave them to do what they need to do as far as taking pictures and documenting things and measurements. And then that's when I conducted my interviews. And then I would meet back up with my crime scene investigator after interviews were conducted to kind of follow up with like things that I was told that would help us like identify things from the scene. And so, I mean, there's like multiple occasions where I would have met with my crime scene investigator inside the residence.
So this is an ongoing process during that day. You get information, you consult with them, they have information, they consult with you, and you're making a determination of what potential physical evidence that y'all at least like to document by camera, correct? Pictures, or actually collect and take away. Is that correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
In that case, The suitcase was some evidence that y'all agreed on that we need to take this suitcase from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. How about the baseball bat? Was that done that day?
The baseball bat was collected, yes.
All right. In your viewing of the suitcase, did you view the suitcase while it was unseen?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you notice that if there was any items, other independent loose items in the suitcase?
There were, yes.
Were those items collected?
Some of them were, yes.
Who made the determination what items of that suitcase would be taken or collected and what would not be collected?
I would say that I have the final say on what is to be collected or not collected, but we do discuss it together to make that determination for me to give the final yes or no.
Do you recall which items you decided to collect from the suitcase?
Do you have the property form that I can refer to?
No, I'll try to find it.
I know some of them, but
Why wouldn't they have taken all of this stuff from suitcase as evidence?
Ma'am, I don't have it, but to the best of your memory, can you tell? And I would understand there would be some stuff that if you had the property report to refresh your memory, you can give me more detail.
yes, to my understanding and to my recollection, we collected things that had blood left over on it. I want to say there was like a necktie potentially. I do recall there being a small amount of clothing and miscellaneous paperwork, but I do not think that we collected the paperwork. There was also a cell phone in there. It was not, it was dead, the cell phone. And then, like I said, there might be one, I think we collected 5 to 6 items from the suitcase itself, but obviously the property form would tell you specifically, but that is what I recall.
Correct, and I understand, and that's fair. Okay, so potentially you collect these items because you believe they're evidence for the case potentially, is that correct?
Yes.
And some of these items you actually collect with the potential that you might need to have them examined in greater detail, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. An example of something like that would be in this case, if you found blood on something, you might want to potentially examine that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And also the stuff that you're learning outside of these items also helps you in making that determination. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, one more time.
The stuff that you learn, the information that you're getting or you're receiving about what happened at that time will lead you to determine what items might need to be collected and what items might need to be tested.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So out of the items that were collected at the house or the apartment, at those items, was anything to your knowledge sent off for further examination?
I believe so, but if it was, there would be, they would be sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing.
And do you have an independent memory of what items that were collected from the house that were sent to FDLE for further examination?
I don't recall specifically without looking.
Okay. Now, are you aware at one point in time, there were some fingernail clippings or fingernail swabs taken from Miss Sarah Boone? Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that was done on her interview date on the, would have been the 25th?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what we witnessed in the video.
Yes.
That's what they were doing at that time, correct? And I'm sure at the autopsy, which you were present at, is that correct?
Yes.
And those, there would have been some fingertip swabs of Jorge Torres. Were you familiar with that?
They do swabbing of the hands, to my understanding, and clippings of his nails.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of the fact that Sarah Boone's fingernail swabs were sent to FDLE for comparison?
I would believe so.
Okay. How about the ones from Mr. Torres? Do you have knowledge that those were sent to FDLE for comparison or identification?
Well, they would have come from him, so I'm not sure what we would have compared him to.
Okay. Were they there to see, or at least they're sent there to see if they can extract DNA?
Oh, okay. Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if they did that testing for his nails clipping specifically, but it would be in the report if so.
Okay. Who would make the decision about sending his finger swabs to FDLE for comparison or evaluation?
I would request it from, or I would request it to the crime scene investigator, and she would like author the, I guess, like procedure for them to do so.
Okay. And then as to Sarah Boone's swabbings, who requested that those be sent to FDLE for evaluation?
Again, I would assume that I would have done that. I would have requested the CSI to do that.
Are you aware of the results from those evaluations? I'm not asking you for the results, just if you're aware of the results.
Oh, I just realized I was on mute.
I believe I'm
That's something you can't unsee. Well, and welcome.
aware, but would love to see a report for before I specifically answer.
Yes, I'm not going to ask you a specific question about it, okay? But basically, you're aware that it was done, the procedure was done.
Yes.
The analysis was done. Okay. Now, ma'am, so you're through the first day. Then we get to the second day, which would have been, I believe, the 25th of February. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the 25th of February was Mr. Torres's autopsy done at that time?
Yes, it was.
Were you present during the autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And did
Nope.
you communicate with the medical examiner at that time?
Yes, I did.
During the course of things, is that where you found out through the medical examiner at the autopsy that there was blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes, that is where I learned more about his injuries.
Now, initially, when you were on the scene on the 24th, did you view Mr. Torres's body?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice in and of yourself on your own something that caused you concern that there might be blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes, I noticed injuries to him. Yes.
Wonder if they'll bring up the knuckle bruises.
Okay, so after the autopsy, you had additional information, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, there was an interview, well, I don't know if it was an interview. There was a meeting set up for Sarah Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
On the 25th, is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me how that meeting was arranged or how that meeting was set up?
So either before I left the scene, The night of the incident, I obviously met with Sarah and told her that we were leaving. We had to go make next of kin notification. And I would have either at that time said I would like to meet tomorrow and arranged it then, at least to like let her know that I would like to meet after the autopsy. And then obviously from watching the video towards the end, she said something about like recalling a conversation that we had, like calling me. So there may have been a phone conversation that occurred later that evening where I either would have confirmed the time or told her the time then. I just don't have that like on an audio. But I know it either took place before I left the scene because I
Getting to the fact that they alluded that the appointment the next day was to pick up her phone, and so she was lured there under false pretenses and not for interrogation.
obviously would have, said my goodbyes and told her, hey, we're leaving. We're going to make next of kin notification. She was very concerned about that. So I would want her to know that we were doing that. So it either took place then or it took place on that phone conversation that we had.
All right. The day prior to that, on the 24th, ma'am, you received Sarah Boone's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, her phone was on the scene, yes.
And when you received that phone, Sarah Boone had given you that phone. Is that correct?
No, she was not allowed in the apartment to give me the phone.
I'm sorry. Did she give you permission to take the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yes, I was given permission to go through her phone, yes.
Because at that time, you hadn't applied for any type of search warrant to get or search the phone. Is that correct?
Yep.
No, it was based off of consent.
Okay. So she had consented to you to, for you to have her phone.
Yes.
Is that correct? She also provided you the code
Mm-hmm.
to get in the phone. Is that correct?
Yep.
So at this point in time, Ms. Boone is cooperating with you, isn't that correct?
What did I say?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, do you recall telling her, Ms. Boone, that she could get her phone back the next day?
I don't recall specifically telling her when she would be able to get her phone back, but I did say something along the lines of we were now going to be taking the phone. I obviously had digital come out or consent to go through her phone. There was evidence on her phone that I needed to be downloaded. And at the time, I was willing to give back her phone before going through it. And then once we had gone through it, and those videos were found, I felt like this was very different, and it changed my perspective on consent. And I decided at that time that it was best to write a search warrant. So consent couldn't be basically like I knew I was going to take her phone. So consent has to be basically given to me throughout the entire period. So she would have had no way to contact me to tell me she no longer consented. So therefore, because there was evidence on the phone, I took the phone. Basically, I potentially told her, maybe we didn't get a full download. I may have said something along the lines of that. As far as me taking the phone, and then I wrote a search warrant. I either started writing the search warrant the night of, but it wasn't signed until, I didn't submit it until the next day. And then it was signed the next day on the 25th.
So basically what you're telling us is that she could have withdrawn her consent at any time prior to that search warrant being received. Is that correct?
Well, while I was on scene, but at the end of the day, there was evidence on the phone. So I knew I could go through I knew I could get a search warrant to go through the phone based off there being evidence, like the 911 calls, and her explaining to me that they had spoken to family members.
Please silence your cell phones.
Since they had explained to me that they spoke with family members the night prior. So I wanted to obviously corroborate her statement. So I knew that I would be able to get into the phone through a search warrant. But yes, she could have not consented, and she could have not signed the paper consenting while we were on scene.
But before you left scene, you knew that Sarah Boone was not going to get that phone back. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So when Sarah Boone called you the next day, asking you about bringing her phone back, did you just tell her, Ms. Boone, you're not getting your phone back?
There was not a conversation about her not getting her phone back. She may have inquired about her phone, and I would have explained that we will talk about it when we meet that afternoon.
So they got her in there.
So did you reach out to Ms. Boone that next day, or did Ms. Boone reach out to you?
I don't recall a specific, if she reached out to me the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th. I don't have my call records for that. I'm just basing it off of the interview where she had basically said that, yeah, I have your business card and I can contact you like I did. So my assumption would be that we did have some sort of conversation either the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th.
On the 25th, did you make arrangements with Sarah Boone to meet with her on the 25th?
So I either made arrangements on the 24th with her before leaving the scene, and I would have told her I would like to meet with you the next day, or I said, and I may have given her a specific time at that moment, or when we spoke later that evening on the phone, I may have confirmed the time or given her a time then, but she definitely knew that we were meeting at 3 p.m. on the 25th at Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations.
And ma'am, you just don't remember at what point in time you informed her to set up this meeting with her. Is that correct?
It's one or the other.
One or the other?
Yes.
Okay. As it to it being one or the other, you did you prepared the investigative report in this case, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And the investigative report, you basically summarized everything that took place on this case up to a certain point.
Yes, it was a summary, yes.
All right, as far as evidence, as far as witnesses who were talked to and synopsis of what they said to you at that time, is that correct?
Yes, things that I did specifically. It was a summary of that.
I found your investigative report to be in great detail because it helped me track this case from basically beginning to not to the end, but to the point where the report stops. And it seems like in your investigative report, you are very thorough about details. Is that correct?
I would say I'm a detailed person. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So being the detailed person you are, and absolutely doing your law enforcement training, they tell you, or they train you that your report should be very much in detail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because you might have to refer back to them at a later time. Is that one of the reasons? Is that correct?
Yes, and to prepare myself for depositions and trials.
Okay. And just
Good morning.
Holy cow, I look like I'm on fire. What's going on with my neon?
Hang on, I'll just adjust the settings. Hang on. Ooh. Yes, you are very bright.
I haven't been live, obviously, in a while. Oh my God, that's worse. Sorry, I don't know what in the world. I don't know. Let me try this.
It'll be in your color settings, I reckon.
Okay, let me try it. Sorry, I didn't mean to come in here all glowy and whatnot. How are you this morning? Or afternoon for you, or whatever it is. Oh gosh, made myself big. That's worse.
It'll have to be in your like your screen settings, as in like your contrast. That makes sense?
I've never played with that before. Where's that?
In your computer settings.
Oh, in my computer settings. Okay.
Yeah, yep.
All right.
And it'll be display and you'll be able to adjust your light and dark contrast, I think, in there. Because it looks like you've got
Look,
no
you're
dark.
talking big
light.
tech if it's more than press A or press B.
Says she who can run StreamYard, multiple StreamYards and YouTube accounts.
Now, if it's YouTube TOS, I know it inside out and backwards, but big tech, no. Hey, sweethearts.
Thank you, Teresa.
So where is it again?
So go into your settings,
Okay.
your computer settings, and
Okay.
then it should have a whole list of, whether it's sound or audio or video. Then there
okay.
should be a display,
Okay.
like a screen display, I think, or your camera settings.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I know where my camera settings are.
Yeah.
You think it's under camera settings? Manage cameras. Okay. Change default settings for your camera? Because it's under default right now. Well, default is what's that movie where the guy's head is on fire? That's the default right now.
No, it's more the color settings, I think, like your contrast and your brightness.
Okay.
Like you adjust your TV.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, that's probably more of
You're not the only one, Elizabeth. In my ears, when someone pops up on the base of the screen, it goes.
Yeah, it goes boop.
And because I've got the stream boosted so that the audio is clear, it's very, very loud in my ears.
Okay, change camera settings.
How are you feeling today? You a bit better?
Yeah, I do feel a lot better.
How's your friend from her surgery?
She was not doing good when I left last night. They had to put her on a ventilator. But this morning I called because she put me on her emergency list and everything, and they said that they were slowly weaning her off of the sedation and stuff, and that she woke up and she started grabbing for it, and I was like, "Well, praise God, thank goodness." So she's doing a lot better, obviously. Ghost Rider, yeah. That's what I was looking for. All right, let's see how that does. Oh, it's still not. That's not good.
Changed your lighting at the front?
Yeah, I changed the light bulb in the room. I had to. It went out.
Ah, that might be it.
Yeah. Oh, it's a little bit better, but it still looks like dog.
Can you turn the overhead light off? It's reflecting off.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Here, let me go do it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over the stream.
No, all right. I never have my overhead lighting on. I have a little one at the front, and then I've got the mood lighting in the back. No, hasn't really made much of a difference either.
Oh, is my microphone garbage too?
No.
Oh. God, that looks so pale. I'm like the whitest white person that ever did white.
In your StreamYard settings, have you adjusted the...
I haven't adjusted anything.
Go into your settings
and
then touch up my appearance. That's my favorite setting.
All right, let me...
Makes your skin look so much better. Teresa, the newer young men in the cast didn't make up for Mr. Dr. Carl.
Oh, no.
I just
did a troubleshoot, and it says it's detecting dead pixels on my camera.
Well, that's probably what it is.
Oh, no. Great. I have to get a camera. Yippee skippy.
They're actually really cheap on Amazon. I got
Really?
Yeah, I got one for I think $30.
You've got a $30 camera? Your camera looks amazing. Your camera looks great, for real. Is it capable of 1080p?
It's on, I think it's 4K actually.
Yeah, this is a 4K camera I got on Prime Day, and it was I think it was $80, but I was like, and people were like, "No way you got one that cheap." I was like, "No, really."
Oh yeah, Amazon.
Yeah, it was like Prime Day. Oh my gosh, this looks so bad. This looks so bad.
Ah, don't stress. Put a filter on it, make it black and white or something.
Yeah. Oh, look. I'm the queen of filters. Look. I
You know,
don't.
wow, you're taking me back like 40 years. The last time I watched Neighbours.
People accuse me of using filters on StreamYard, though, and I've never used a filter on StreamYard.
No, I'm using one right now.
Seriously? On StreamYard?
Yeah, they touch up my appearance.
Oh,
Well,
that
not-
one. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
people accuse me of downloading filters and using them on StreamYard.
Oh,
It's
no,
like,
no.
no, I don't do that.
Dr. Carlin Chaps is also on Amazon. You can probably get anything you like on Amazon, darling.
Yeah, if it's not on Amazon, it's on Temu.
Yeah, I love Temu. So you excited to hear her testimony today?
When does she get on the stand?
After the state rests, after this witness.
After, yeah. That'll be great.
Excited. Super.
Yeah, that will be fantastic.
I probably should keep,
yeah. Look,
keep her testimony going whilst you...
I'll just be sad today.
No, you can be vintage. Like a good bottle of wine.
Oh, yeah, I'll just be grey.
Thank you, old chaps.
Look, I'm not the bottle of wine girl. I'm the Grey Goose girl. I actually don't drink at all anymore, but
No,
that
neither
was
do I.
me.
Yep. I was the cocksucking cowboy girl.
I hear you.
Very nice. Bailey's and Kahlua, I think it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is it? Where is it? Bailey's and butternut schnapps. Oh my god.
Oh,
All
that
right.
sounds good.
Keep going.
To give an accurate picture of what you did and
They're trying to
what
get
took
out of
place
her
and what people told you. Is that correct?
that they lured Sarah in under false pretenses to pick up her phone the day that she went in when they
Please.
interrogated her. Basically, that's what they're trying. Oh, hello, Mr. Brybear. Welcome.
Sorry. I
Welcome.
tried to get to my mute in time and I
You've
didn't. I'm
been
sorry.
working way too hard, haven't you, Mr. 60 hours a week?
That's a great idea. Let me try turning it off and turning it back on.
There you go. He knows everything. He's very smart. That one. Any updates on the? Oh, no. Updates on the kids, Bri, in the car accident. We have missed you. We absolutely have missed you, Bri. Definitely gone the opposite from 6 months ago when he was retiring to now working 2 jobs. Yeah.
I made it worse. I'm going to back out
Well,
and work on this. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries. You've come back at the right time because Sarah Boone will be testifying after this witness. This witness is the last state witness, and the state will rest, and Sarah will be taking the stand.
I'll be listening because I'm going to come back when Sarah gets on the stand.
Just leave your just mute your mic and cam and leave your avatar up if you want.
Nah, that's fine. I'm going to work on my face.
Well, you can pop in and out as you please. You know that.
Thank you. Bye, y'all.
Bye. 1 past. Oh, bugger. Was that the one that you said was too sick to transfer out that night? That's awful. It's just such a waste, isn't it? Just. And how are you going, Elizabeth? I actually didn't really get a chance to talk to the other day. Elizabeth's had a few sudden friends pass recently as well, which is it's not ideal. So hearts go out to both of you. That's a difficult job to do, Bri. I know it all too well, but when you're dealing with kids and babies, it's a whole nother level. All right, I need to continue with this or I'll be here. That never gets old, does it? I haven't even played my song. Bri hasn't heard my song, nothing. We'll play it once this is finished.
Being as thorough as you are with these contacts with people, I didn't see in the investigative report when the arrangement was made with Sarah Boone to meet you down.
You're going on
I'm
about
sorry,
that.
where did y'all meet?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office, Central Operations.
To meet you at the Orange County
Why are they
Sheriff's
pushing
Office.
so hard?
I did not. Okay. Ma'am.
Come on, speak up.
Judge, if I could have a moment.
Yes, sir, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I was.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, Ms. Boone, there was a meeting arranged. Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
For the 25th at 3 p.m., yes.
Yes, and Ms. Boone showed up for that meeting.
She did.
25th.
Yes.
We saw. Okay. Now, ma'am, I'd like to talk to you about some other investigation.
I'm going to bump him up to 1.5 because he's so slow.
Other witnesses that you took their testimony or statements, recorded statements at different times. Okay. Do you remember Abraham Marino?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take his recorded statement?
Yes, I did.
All right. At the time that you took Mr. Marino's recorded statement, was there anyone else with you?
My partner should have been with Detective Scott Lowen.
Excuse me?
My partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Okay. Ma'am, as to who was with you, would it help refresh your memory if you were to see your investigative report as to that interview?
Your Honor, I would object. She
What's the point?
She needs any aid in refreshing her memory.
Objection sustained.
Ma'am, was Detective Scott Lowen with you during that interview?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I believe so.
May we approach?
Yes.
He's trying to get something out of her and he doesn't know how to get it. But he was leading up to, I think, the fact he was trying to get out of her that they used the phone, you must do, you can come and collect your phone from the sheriff's office the next day to lure her in and then interrogate her.
Ma'am, do you have an
complied
independent memory of
and
Detective
consented to
Scott
everything.
Lowen being with you at that interview?
I believe my partner was with me on the interview. Yes, I typically wouldn't go and do some follow-up without my partner being with me.
Thank you very much. Now, ma'am, what date did that interview take place on?
I believe the 26th, February 26th of 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am,
was
I must say, Bri, the main Sarah Boone's main attorney, James Owens, brilliant. Yep. Just saying.
that interview recorded?
It was audio recorded.
Was the entire interview audio recorded?
Yes, the entire interview was audio recorded.
He has done his homework and he is he is onto it.
Ma'am,
especially with the
are you
medical.
familiar with a
examiner.
witness by the name of Brandon Moats?
Yes, I am.
On February the 27th of 2020, did you take interview Brandon Moats?
I believe so. It was either the 26th or 27th. Yes.
Is that better than the one? No? What about?
What about this one? Is this one?
If you were to
worth
see your
further?
investigative report, would that help refresh your memory?
All right, I would again object. She has indicated that she needs assistance with her memory.
It's a cheap audio mixer from Temu. But it's pretty, you know, because it lights up and all that. It's got pretty flashing lights.
Objection sustained.
See? Look at that.
Ma'am, if it was the 27th, you would not disagree with that, would you?
I'm going to change back to my other mic, I think.
Well, I just stated that it was either the 26th or 27th.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, Mr. Moats, he was the neighbor living in the apartment or the connecting apartment, wall apartment with Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who told you about the loud noise. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interview anyone else in reference to that loud noise?
So I was interviewing Brandon, and then my partner was interviewing Vincent, the other witness, and I came in at the end of the interview with Detective Lowen.
Okay, so that's Vincent. Do you know his last name?
I would butcher it.
Me too, but Tagalog, something like that. We're talking about the same person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that interview take place on February the 27th of 2020?
I believe so. I interviewed witnesses after I interviewed Sarah. The 26th or 27th would be my memory.
Okay, thank you. And then, did he also talk to you about a loud noise?
I believe that I was refreshed on the conversation, and yes, he expressed hearing a loud noise as well.
Okay, thank you. Now,
He's already testified to this. Why are you going over it again?
and
This
those,
is on
those
1.5
interviews were
speed.
actually audio recorded too, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
Now let's go to Ms. Boone's interview. And that would have took place on the 25th, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Ms. Boone came down. And ma'am, prior to Ms. Boone coming down for the interview, had y'all made the decision that Ms. Boone was going to be arrested?
Yes, I plan to arrest Sarah Boone.
Okay. Did you tell Ms. Boone in arranging the meeting that when she came down there, she was going to be arrested?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to relevance.
Approach.
Yeah, as if you're going to say that. As if they're going to tell her that. Christ almighty. Yeah. They're definitely trying to allude to the police luring her rather than being honest. Which is just... Yeah. Hi, Miss Boone. Would you mind coming down to the station so that I can put you in cuffs? Yeah, thanks. Cheers. Sweet. See you soon. Bye. WTF ever. Well, whilst they're on a sidebar, Bri, have a listen to our theme song for Ms. Boone. I wrote it myself. Ready? And hang on. Volume up.
Objection's overruled.
Ha! Damn you, sidebar.
So ma'am, at that time,
Next.
you
Coming
did
up.
not tell Ms. Boone prior to coming down there that she was going to be arrested. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why did you not tell Ms. Boone that she was going to be arrested?
We plan to meet at 3 p.m. and go over the autopsy and have another interview. So, I mean, I'm not sure why I would tell her that she's going to be arrested. That would potentially cause her to flee.
Yeah.
Not come, and then we have to go find her and make it more difficult for everyone.
Yep.
Or potentially get an attorney to come with her.
She was read her rights that said that she has a right to an attorney, and if one cannot be provided for her,
Ah, that's where
she'll
they're
be provided
going with
one.
that.
I understand that. You read her those rights when she got there. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You didn't read those rights to her before she got there, though, did she?
I wasn't in contact with her, physical contact with her.
So
Why would you read them before?
you said potentially for fleeing. My question was, potentially she could have got an attorney too to come with her. Is that not correct?
Could have done that at any time.
I misunderstood your question. I didn't hear potentially bring an attorney with her, but yes, I guess she potentially brought an attorney with her.
So Ms. Boone shows up, and
We're going to go over the Miranda rights now because this is a chick that
Specific verbiage.
Last
I
question.
know I said
remember?
something along the lines of, obviously the autopsy had been conducted, and there were things that we needed to like talk about in regards to that.
And prior to discussing it with her and asking her questions, you did read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Prior to, I'm sorry, one more time.
Before you started asking her questions, though, in this interview, before you started asking Ms. Boone's questions, you read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Yes, before I started asking any sort of potentially incriminating questions, she was read her Miranda warnings. Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, do you remember as part of the Miranda warnings that you read to Ms. Boone, did you read her the one that states that if you decide to answer questions, but want to stop answering and consult with an attorney, you may do so? Do you independently remember reading Ms. Boone that instruction?
No, it's already.
Don't recall
one of
that
the
specific,
most
but I do
important.
have my Miranda card on me, but I don't recall that that's what that says. But it is on audio and video recording.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Now, ma'am, at that point in time, Ms. Boone wasn't under arrest. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Ms. Boone was not going to be free to leave once she was in my custody.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was not free to leave?
No, I did not.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was under arrest?
I told her at the end of the interview.
Okay, before the interview.
No, I did not tell her before the interview.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell her before the interview?
You've got to corroborate.
Asked and answered.
So I have to read her Miranda warnings, and that's what I did. I do not have to tell her that she's under arrest at that time.
Was there a reason? Could you have told her that she was under arrest before me reading her Miranda warning?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as it calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Ma'am, was it a strategic decision
Bullshit.
not to tell Ms. Boone that she was under arrest prior to reading her those Miranda warnings?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
This is like, do I put salt on my potatoes or do I put pepper or do I put them both at once? Or do I put the pepper first and then put the salt on top? Oh, like an L. L. L, 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 L.
Yes.
Yes, to an extent.
It's not illegal
Was
for
that done
them
at any
to
time
lie
in
to
this
you.
interview?
Did I lie to her? I don't recall lying to her, no.
I confer, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. L, L, L.
Investigation as the person, places, things, or charge involved in this case. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Jury exiting.
Oh, really? Come on. What are they doing? Where's she going? Court break, is it? Already? Cough. Yep. All right, must be morning tea. But would you tell a potato which condiment you would be using? Excuse me, Mr. Potato. Would you rather the salt or the pepper on your delicate little skin prior to me chomping down? Yes. Do you want to come up and have a chat at all, Bri? Do you want to pop on while we're on a break? In the meantime, I'm going to play the song. Get your boots scooting boots out because it's dang good. I do so say myself. I do so say myself. Say so myself.
So my name is Sarah Boone, and I'm on file for my life. And my defense in this darn trial is that I'm just a battered wife. My boyfriend George and I were drinking, end up in a fight, till a game of hide and seek caused massive changes overnight. You see, we had been drinking wine, and I was probably off my face. And my boyfriend thought it cool to put himself in a suitcase. When I zipped him up inside, he started calling out my name. So I recorded what he said, cause I thought he was so lame. I was so drunk that I passed out, woke up with a thumping head. And when I opened up the suitcase, I found my boyfriend who was dead. Now they charged me with his murder, and I've been locked up in this jail. And my fate may be decided from my recordings of his wail.
And there's solo. I wrote it this thing. There's no water anyway.
I claimed an accident, and in my statement I would say that the game of hide and seek is what we both wanted to play. And then I got some useless lawyers that were really effing dense, and they refused to change my claim to make it out of self-defense. So now I'm on my ninth attorney, and 5 long years has been a while, writing letters to the judge while I've been waiting for my trial. So when James Owen saw my ad, chose to help me save my life. He then put forward a new motion to claim defense for battered wife.
I'm over it. I love it.
And now the battle will begin, so let's see who has the power. But I might stink during the trial if I don't get a doggone shower. I want my chippies and Pop-Tarts and a box of cookies too, and maybe add to that some water and some peppermint to chew.
Ta-da! If I don't make it as a famous YouTuber, I'm going to make it as a famous AI singer, singer-songwriter. On my phone, Bri, you just download the free StreamYard app, and it's just the guest app. You can't be a host on it or anything like that. But yeah, you can then just click on the link in your emails, and it should pop you straight in. No, I wrote the lyrics, and then I put in the genre, and yeah, it created the rest. I love Suno promotion. Oh, excuse me. I'm on my energy drink, because yesterday was court went till 6 p.m. So I started at 11:30, which was 8:30 a.m. and streamed through till it was 9 a.m. the next morning. Yeah. And I didn't get much sleep today. So I'm kookier than normal. Oh dear. All right. Well, how about we go back to this? I'll show you my chart, Bri. About this battered wife syndrome as a defense, and where I think the defense might be going with their strategy, because I don't see how they can get past involuntary manslaughter. They haven't convinced me yet, beyond a reasonable doubt, that they have established intent, depraved mind, well, the 3 prongs for second degree. You need depraved mind, willful disregard for human life, and intent. But everything's going to hinge on her testimony. With the battered wife syndrome, you need to have this trigger point. They call it something else. I can't remember. They did discuss it in one of the pre-trial motions. But basically, it's that pivotal trigger point that they need to establish and bring in the battered wife syndrome, because that then triggers an extreme emotional response from the victim, or from the defendant. And then you add to that her level of intoxication and her cognitive impairment. The fact she was reciting prior DV episodes in the video. The fact that it happened at home, and you insert the castle doctrine and stand your ground. You have no duty to retreat. And then all of a sudden you have an extreme emotional response, and your perceived threat of imminent harm is a justifiable use of potentially deadly force. That's where I think the defence's strategy is going to. But if the state can't prove those three prongs, I don't see how they can get past the involuntary manslaughter charge, in my opinion. No, there's no L's in the breakdown. Sorry, we're actually, I think they do a. Oh, let me take it off the screen. Hang on. I think they've got a basic AI picture with the song, but even if George threatened her from inside the suitcase, she couldn't have called the police to pick him up. She would have had to have paid excess baggage, you reckon? Yeah, that's the only thing that I can think that the defense is waiting on, for her to say that, yeah, he threatened her in the whilst he was in the suitcase, and her perception of imminent threat and physical harm and death altered the entire situation. I don't know. I don't know. I do believe that, she was wrong to walk away, but I honestly am not convinced that she was fully aware either of what that meant at the time. Absolutely, she was. The thing is that different types of abusers. Ashley Benefield's husband wasn't as violent as such. It was more psychological. Yes, there was the odd, the gunshot into the roof and stuff like that. But the physical stuff, it was more the emotional and psychological stuff. No, involuntary intoxication is not a defense in and of itself. But if you can prove that you are a battered wife, and you have experienced this cycle of abuse, the alcoholism can be used as a coping mechanism on dealing with it. In fact, I think I've got that here. Symptoms of battered wife syndrome. So intrusive memories. So they re-experience post-traumatic events in their mind, feeling as if they're happening all over and again, which she's reciting in that video of him in the suitcase. Yeah. So the psychological effect of that and affects the present event, which makes it even more scarier and frightening. Because pieces of the earlier abuse are in the person's mind at the same time. They have flashbacks and daydreams. Their anxiety is heightened. Hypervigilant, leads to the fight and flight response. Could Could mean being started by noises and other triggers. They often crying, have problems with sleep. They're avoidance. When a person can't physically get out of the situation, they might psychologically become distance. So avoidance can come under the alcohol abuse too. Like, if you wipe yourself out, you don't have to think about it. Denial, minimizing what's happening to them, numbing their emotions. If that becomes if they accept this defense, that alcoholism becomes a part of the battered wife syndrome umbrella. It encompasses a huge amount. Huge. Cognitive changes, obviously. You feel like you have to protect yourself at all times. You experience confusion, lack of attention, depression, apparently long-term effects of brain injury on women who've been repeatedly beaten, disruption in other relationships, control all relationships their partner has. Well, she only had really Brian to turn to, and that's who she constantly did. She wasn't in touch with any other family members. Health and body image problems. Disassociation. Often developed a defense mechanism of being able to psychologically detach from the traumatic experience, but I think she was using the alcohol to do that. So it's also because this battered wife syndrome, the overlap to PTSD there is a lot of overlap between the two, apparently. So that's what I reckon her expert testimony will be. She'll have been assessed for PTSD and depression. They can prove that. And they have her testimony with a trigger. I don't like it. I don't like where it's headed. All right, so it's a serious condition that can develop after someone experiences or witnesses a traumatic or terrifying event involving serious physical harm or the threat of it. Okay. Battered women's syndrome is the psychological effects of living with intimate partner violence. She notes that a battered woman's syndrome is not a mental illness, but the result of what happens when you live day in, day out with trauma. However, PTSD, which people with battered women's syndrome often also have, is considered to be a mental illness. Yeah, it's not in the DSM-5, this battered wife syndrome. The physical, sexual, and psychological abuse happens in cycles. Tension builds, and there's an outburst of violence followed by the abuser apologizing and promising to do better, and then the cycle starts all over again. It involves coercive control, and that I don't understand why this was not accepted in the Ashley Bannerfield case. I have no idea, because this is her to a T. The partner needs to know where she is at all time, or they didn't leave each other's side, really. Now, the financial control aspect comes in with Brian, who was the alimony. That's why that testimony is coming in, I reckon, because that's financial constraints, which is another form of DV. And we got caught.
Have the statement. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone. Tony Henderson.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Do we have any motions? You may proceed.
What?
Yes, sir.
More motions. More motions than a gastro ward in here, I tell you.
I'm going to start with just a real quick couple of comments, Your Honor. We know that JOA motions have become essentially pro forma, which may be why I've been assigned this responsibility today. But in this instance, I want to make an argument that I think has some merit.
This is the defense target.
I've been paying close attention to the testimony in this case. And I want to point a couple things
Oh, of
out.
course, they always
First of all,
do
we
that.
know that the court has
Always.
essentially become,
Soon as a
has
state
assumed the
goes.
role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties prior to the event having occurred. And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate
Not indicted by the grand jury.
evidence that's been presented.
How now?
I'm going to focus on the second
Right
degree
on.
allegation.
You missed
And
the body though.
one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching
It's just about to rest, and they're doing their, motion to dismiss.
videos, particularly the interrogation, was
Not a huge amount. If you've seen the police interrogation videos, the two suitcase videos, not much more. And you know my theory, so
part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should have written this down verbatim. I did not. But she's advised that she is being placed under arrest. Something to that effect. And her response is, "Why are you doing this?" The detective's response to Ms. Boone is, "Because George is dead."
I'm sorry.
Because George is dead. That's not enough. It's not enough to support a second-degree murder prosecution,
no, I
conviction,
don't think it is either.
or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury?
They haven't
Now,
convinced
there
me.
are three elements of the second-degree murder information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr. Torres is dead.
Mhm.
We stipulated to his identity. There has been no argument to the fact or the idea that he died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was caused by a criminal act and that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind.
Mhm.
Now, the fact that it was imminently dangerous, I think, is belied by the fact that Jorge Torres voluntarily entered the suitcase,
Mhm.
Albeit under the influence of alcohol. But the perception of dangerousness that's attributable to the victim, apparently he did not perceive it to be a dangerous or imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase, possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions, should necessarily be attributed to the defendant as well. But I also want to focus on the depravity issue, which state must prove, and pursuant to the jury instruction in this matter, depravity is is made the equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And that's not enough. Not only does the state have to show depravity, but it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive, that the act demonstrates an indifference to human life. The state has presented testimony and argument in this matter, not argument, but testimony that in fact George Torres was suffering. Suffering does not equal hatred. It does not equal ill will. And even if they were to establish negligence, that's not homicidal. We know that suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration. The idea that somebody suffers is not in and of itself homicidal, nor should it support the idea
Not surprised
that there was indifference to the life of George Torres by Sarah Boone. Was she angry? I think there's clear evidence that she was angry. But that's not hatred. And
I don't
that's the
think
element that has to
angry.
be proven here. And I don't think that there is prima facie case that in fact that she demonstrated hatred so much as she demonstrated anger. Doesn't establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder.
Yeah.
It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge, because in fact,
I should
they
have been
have
a
not
fucking
established
attorney.
prima facie elements as required by law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Response.
Check this out while you're listening to her.
Standard at this time is just a prima facie case, whether any trier of fact in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them establish the elements of the crime. There are 3 elements to this crime. Jorge Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone that has been established. There was an unlawful killing of Jorge Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. It's not Miss Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds should be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you, I don't care, laughing is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question that a prima facie case has been laid. In addition to the 2-minute video and then the 22-second video 11 minutes later, we also have the defendant's inconsistent statements that she has made in regards to these events. And therefore, we have that factual issue for the jury to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement, both on the 24th and 25th, that I have no idea what happened.
I'm going to get snacks, sorry.
I just went to sleep. Everything was good. And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are 2 distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage
by
in time
3 to
for
her.
a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck?
No, no.
All right, thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of a prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
Oh, yes. Drum roll.
Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In a normal criminal trial, my position has always been to put on the defendant last. Call whatever witnesses, put on exhibits, photographs, and then the client would be the last person to testify.
They can't bring it in without her.
The nature of discharge in our defense, self-defense, and battered spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, for the court to then consider whether or not we've established enough evidence for self-defense instruction.
Yep.
So she's going to have to be going first as the witness. I'm going to need a few moments with her based on everything that's going on and based on that denial of that motion for judgment.
She has to testify without him questioning her.
Because I know you're going to ask to colloquy about all that. So I'm going to need a few moments with her. I don't know if it's 10 minutes maybe for the 3 lawyers, 4 lawyers to meet with her. I don't know if we can do it here or maybe back there, but just a short meeting.
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity. But before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
Yes.
All right. Counselor, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back to have that conversation? Okay. All right. You can go back and have that conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
God, why didn't they do that at the last recess? Why didn't they talk to her then? Like, fuck me. She's had 5 years to prepare for this. How much more they want to discuss with her? But yes, no, she has to testify in, I can't remember the name of it, like a storytelling, because he is not allowed to ask her questions because that shows bias. Oh, she's got a fitted jacket. $10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes we got. All right. All right. All right. I'm going to play this again. Guy, because I can. So, as you know, what we waiting for? Well, there it is. For 5 years we've been waiting. Now, if you've been living under a rock and don't know who Sarah Boone is, you need to swipe left because this will mean absolutely jack shit to you. Who's Sarah Boone, you say? Sarah Boone is currently on trial for unaliving of her boyfriend, Jorge Torres, inside a suitcase. Yes, the Suitcase Murder Trial. Now, will she emerge on the other side as a free, come on, beautiful butterfly, free to spread her wings and fly away? Or will she be a moth and get caught in the trap and zapped and be a very, very sad sour for the rest of her days? It all rides on the testimony today, peeps. Yep, she is loving this. This is the spotlight that she's been waiting for a while. Yes, they will definitely cross-examine her after she has testified. But to testify, she's got to lay the foundation for this to establish the trigger point. I wonder what it'll be. Like what wordage she will use. I'm assuming her testifying first is going, that's right. Yes, it is. That's right. She has to establish the foundations. They have to meet the criteria of the battered wife syndrome defense. And one of those is establishing this trigger point. I can't remember the name of it, but it's an act of some sort. There is an official term for it, but yes, the only one that can do that is her. And once she testifies, they can bring in all the DV records, all of his medical records, yeah, all of that to back it up. The fact that her ex-husband also has testified to her, yeah, she is. Yep. I'm sorry, but the state have not convinced me at all. They have not met the absolutely yes. Yeah. I don't think they've met the second degree charges though. I don't. In fact, if potentially their whole case in chief could be turned against them. All of it. Oh, missed one. I think, well, do you know what? I'm not 100% convinced. I think if she is, the best they'll get is involuntary manslaughter. And I think from memory, the statutes down there for involuntary manslaughter, the minimum sentence is 4, maximum is 10, I think. So you take 80% of that, that's 8 years minus time served. You know, she could be looking at 3 years max if she got the maximum sentence. That's what I mean. If she got minimum sentence 4 years, what happens then? Yeah, but the video can also not just a depraved mind. If you add into it the factor of her severe intoxication level, and if she can prove this battered wife syndrome, then that changes everything because it's not a depraved mind. It becomes an extreme emotional response to a mental health condition type of thing. It's not listed under the DSM-5. It has close links to PTSD, so she would have to have expert testimony diagnosing depression and PTSD for it to stick. But that then eliminates the depraved mind. And then you add the castle doctrine into it, and your stand your ground, and your what is it? You don't have the duty to retreat. So if you add the alcohol and the trigger, and you know she's going through that first thing that I showed you. Where is it? On here. Intrusive memories. She is reciting in that video prior events. That's for every time you choked me. That's for every time you know what I mean? Like she is starting to experience that. Like they can use that shit against the state as part of her defense. You don't think so either, Teresa? I'm actually starting to think that she's telling the truth, that it was a massive accident. She never tried to conceal anything. She never tried to delete anything on her phone. She complied with everything. Yes, I don't agree with her actions in leaving him in the suitcase. It was stupid. Stupid. But she was blind. And so was he. At what point do we attribute an equal amount of blame? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I really am not. And I don't say that lightly. Because I can't stand her. But as a person, but that's not what she's to be judged on. So, all right, they're coming back. They're coming back. Yeah, just evidentiary wise, I want to know what her words are, what the trigger. Should have a poll. What do you think she's going to say about what the trigger was? Yeah, if she'd remembered that on her phone, she wouldn't have handed it over. No way. She had no idea until they showed it to her in that interrogation. She had no idea. She's plastered. Who hasn't been that drunk and that they've passed out. Just gone up, sat on the bed. I've done it, like what younger. Go and sit on the bed for a second. Oh, just sit down for a second, and then 5 hours later, you're like, oh fuck. She had no recollection whatsoever, and they didn't do a retrograde BAC on George because they have alluded to at least 3 litres of wine being consumed that evening between the two of them. They've got the video footage, they've got the receipts, plus leftovers from the night before. So that's a lot of wine for 2 people of small stature. Because he was only 100 pounds. I think she's 110 or something. Come on. Get on with it, Owens. Don't make me play my song again. This is your spotlight moment, Sarah. The police interrogation video got me where she said, her words were, I excel at everything. Everything. She is obnoxious, arrogant, narcissistic, self-obsessed as a person. But we're not here to judge that, are we? What's the actual terminology for the testimony that she gives without being questions? She's got to testify by, I think it starts with a T, but does anyone know what it's called? Are you still here, Bri? And let's face it, she's got plenty of testimony and witnesses to bolster the history and cycle of the abuse, particularly her husband or ex-husband. Oh, absolutely, she's self-conceited. Absolutely. The question, there's a term for the type of testimony that she has to give where she just talks, like as a pro se, like what Ty did. He had to testify in story form type of thing. There's a name for that testimony, that way of testifying, because he can't ask her attorney can't ask her questions because that's biased. And I can't think of the name of the is it a narrative, is it? So she has to testify under narrative. Is that? I did say it yesterday. And I can't remember the actual term. Yeah, no, me either. Yeah. You need to get me at some time during the day when my brain actually works properly. This this time difference thing is shit. And the funny thing is, when I did the hurricane stream and I was off by 12 hours because I miscalculated it completely wrong. Okay, cool. Thank you. Narrative form. Shit. Thank you. Ah, look, there we go. Woohoo! Look at that. 3 in a row. Oh, 4. Shit. Thank you. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. 12 hours early for the hurricane stream. And then I set my alarm for 12 hours later and it hit early. So I missed that. But my mum rang me the other day and it was like 8 o'clock at night. And she said to me, "Oh, remember, don't forget, it's the time difference now." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" It's not about the time difference. She lives in Queensland and I'm in Melbourne. I said, we haven't hit daylight savings yet. She goes, "Jodie, daylight savings started last week." No idea. My phone and my computer automatically changed the time. I didn't even take any notice of it. So, yeah, that's how sheltered Jodie's life is. Pretty much. That's why I have plenty of time to study battered wife syndrome shit. Now, speaking of Ashley Benefield, Jose, here we go. Testimony. A defendant who represents themselves in court can testify in narrative form without direct responses to questions. This is similar to a closing argument, but with the defendant entering evidence. Yes. Yeah, once they testify, that testimony becomes evidence, which is how they're going to get the foundation to bring all this shit in. All the stuff they tried to get in the pre-trial motions, and the judge didn't allow any of it because technically they're supposed to prove this battered wife syndrome prior to trial. It's supposed to be done in pre-trial motions. But I think maybe the judge has given some leeway to, given that James Owens has only been on the case a short while, but he didn't allow any of this battered wife syndrome testimony to come in until she testifies. Like, they had to be very, very careful at the start of the trial, and every witness that the state called, the defence kept subject to recall just in case they needed to call them back once they'd established their grounds. I didn't get the idea that having her counsel ask her questions would... Yeah, apparently. Yep. Well, who else knows the story better than the two of them? And he could lead it down whatever track. No, she's not per se. Correct. Come on. The suspense is calling me. It's calling me. My suspenders are killing me. All right. So the potential witnesses for the defense are J.D. Thomas, a forensic consulting services crime scene forensic analyst. Then there's John Stawicki, an electronics expert. Julie Harper, a forensic pathologist. Edward Wiley, a forensic pathologist. Then there's a private investigator. A Dr. Charles Heller, it's a domestic violence psychologist. Dr. Michael Brannan, a clinical psychologist, and Michael Birkland, a crime scene reconstructionist. And I think they also have potentially put on the ex-husband as well, if they need to, plus any of the witnesses that the state called that they've held. So what's your opinion, Bri? Have they met their burden for second degree? Because I'm still not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. And for all of those that weren't here yesterday either and who haven't seen it, we are finally launching our podcast this Saturday, the 26th, ta-da, at 9 a.m. For the record, it will start this Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
We're back
And
on the
it'll be
record, case
fortnightly.
number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state, William J.
My lawyer doesn't.
Defense?
James Owens from Miss Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same
No, exactly.
black blazer and dark blue blouse from this morning. She is in
She's an
custody, however,
excellent-
not wearing any
excellent
restraints,
attorney.
so she'll be able to
You asked
stand when our
Teresa.
jury enters, and if she is called to testify in this matter, she will be able to walk to the witness stand. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you. Similarly to our conversations earlier today, I don't want to know about any of the substance of any conversations you've had with your attorneys, just whether or not you've had certain conversations. So far, you've been present throughout the entire trial process. You've been seated at counsel's table. You've had the opportunity to observe the evidence presented by the state, as well as the direct and cross-examination of the state's witnesses. Are you satisfied with your attorney up and until this point?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions again about specific conferences and conversations you have with your attorneys. I don't want to know those specifics, just whether or not those things have been had. Have you had the opportunity to discuss with your attorneys whether or not you would like to testify as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that matter with your attorneys?
No.
Have your attorneys discussed with you the potential benefits and potential harms of testifying as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Me
Are
too.
you satisfied with the
I've worked
advice
very,
from
very
your
hard.
counsels?
Very, very hard.
Do you
I've
understand
worked my
that
butt off.
attorneys can make most of the decisions about trial strategy? They cannot determine whether or not a defendant testifies or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Not even the court can interfere with the defendant's right to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone?
Yes.
While counsel can give you advice on whether or not it would be wise for you to testify in this case, do you understand that you can ignore counsel's advice because the final decision is yours?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right
This
to remain
examination's
silent?
gonna be good.
Yes.
Did you hear me explain to the jury at the beginning of the trial how the right to remain silent is absolute, and the fact that a defendant did not testify cannot be considered as evidence of guilt or influence their verdict in any way?
Yes.
Before a jury begins its deliberations, the court will read another jury instruction if you decide not to testify. This instruction orders the jury not to consider your silence as evidence of guilt or to consider your decision at all. Would you like me to read that instruction for you at this time?
Yes.
It is instruction 3.9.
I have to,
titled Defendant Not Testifying.
Sarah knows better than I do.
Constitution
Yeah, absolutely.
its accusations against the
She would
defendant.
do this regardless if
It
they
is not
told her
necessary
yes or
for the
no.
defendant to disprove
Um,
anything,
it's
nor is
the new
defendant
software
required
that I
to
have to get
prove
used to
her innocence.
this
It is
week
up to the state
because it's done on,
the
it's
defendant's
not done on
guilt by
StreamYard. So
evidence. The
whilst I've
defendant
set up all the
exercised a
scenes,
fundamental right by
I got to
choosing
play
not
with it.
to be a witness in this case.
So I might
You must
actually do
not
a
use
stream
this
this
as an
week
admission
using
point
that
or be
software
influenced in
and
any
have a
way
play that
by
way.
her decision.
Have a
No
test
juror
stream.
should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did
Just a
not
matter of
take
having
the
time to
witness
set
stand
it all
to
up.
give testimony in the case. Do you have any questions about this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you are waiving your right to remain silent?
Yes.
Yeah.
That means once you begin to answer questions, you have to answer all questions unless I instruct you not to answer a question. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You cannot pick and choose which questions you want to answer and not answer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you refuse to answer any questions, the court can impose sanctions, such as holding you in contempt, striking your entire testimony, and instructing the jury not to consider any of your testimony? Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
If you choose to testify, you will
Tells
also
me
be subject to
everything.
cross-examination and impeachment. That means the state could ask you about any prior felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty if you have any such convictions.
She has.
If you have any such convictions, the questions will be limited to whether you have such convictions and the number of same.
She's
Do you
been
understand that?
No, she was
Are
charged
you aware if you have any such convictions?
with this picture.
Yes.
State? Are you aware of
Yeah,
any
she must
felony
be, like-
convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty?
No, I believe she's answering an affirmative. She's aware that she doesn't.
Okay, so you have no such
Charged, but
convictions.
not-
Okay, thank you for that clarifications, ma'am.
Convicted.
As there are no convictions, and that number is not in dispute, the state will not be permitted to inquire into those matters. Have you had enough time to discuss your decision to testify or not testify with your attorneys?
Enough.
Again, do you need any additional time?
Yeah.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Anyone
Has
promised
anyone
you
made
anything?
any promises to you to get you to testify or
I'll
not
be
testify in this
watching
case?
No.
Are you satisfied with your counsel's advice so far in this case?
Very.
Yes.
Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to testify in this case?
No.
Would you like to testify or not testify as a witness in this case?
Testify.
Okay. And ma'am, similarly, after you've had the opportunity to converse with your lawyers again, I want to confirm that you're on board with the strategy that they've utilized in your defense in this case,
Yes, I understand.
including calling you first.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I want to remind you, ma'am, that you can change your mind. You just have to let your lawyers know before the jury comes back in. Do you understand?
Yes.
State, anything else we need to address?
Just that the law of the case is that there should be testimony.
She's on her ninth. Elizabeth?
Of an overt act that particular day before.
That's
there's
it, the overt act.
patient evidence, prior instances of violence, or any of the ancillary things that come with self-defense.
Holland case speaks for itself. Anything further?
I do want to talk about that, but as it relates to her right to remain silent or testify, I have nothing about it.
Okay. Then what do we need to address with regard to Holland?
Well, I've got three issues. One is Holland. The other is I've got these gloves. My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase and to look at that. And then the third thing is that the state had filed that motion for the in-camera hearing. I don't know. Maybe we need to hear that before she testifies.
Court's not going to address that at this time.
Okay.
We'll address that later in the proceedings.
So the two things, number one, of course, I've got a lot of photographs about the prior violence that Jorge Torres committed on Sarah Boone, and there is a dispute about whether or not I have to establish an overt act that
Yes,
she
you do.
responded to, that she considered an imminent threat,
Yeah.
and that she took evidence.
the trigger.
She took action to either block or physically restrain Jorge Torres from committing an act of violence on her. But Judge, if you'll remember, during the 2-hour interrogation, the officers make mention that they are aware of the prior incidences of violence. So I believe the door has been open, that I can go into that based on those statements by the two detectives. If you remember, they introduced this 2-hour video. She says, he comes at me all the time. I think eventually Sarah Boone realized that they had her phone and they were going to see pictures. They were going to see videotapes of evidence that Jorge Torres committed acts of violence on Sarah Boone. I think at that point she changed her tone about George. She was trying to protect George, but then she realized she would have to disclose some of the acts that had been committed on her by Jorge Torres. And so she did talk about him coming at me, and we've had issues before. And the officers I can't remember exactly what they said, but yeah, we're well aware of, I don't know if they said the prior acts or we're aware of the domestic violence, whatever the case may be. I submit that opens the door. That was during their case in chief. They chose to play that entire video.
Mhm.
And so I think I can talk about the prior bad acts before the
She
event in
mentioned it in
question.
that video as well.
Chronologically, and I've got a bunch of photographs that go into physical evidence of her injuries as a result of George's violence.
Okay. Response, if any.
Judge, we're asking for the court to maintain its ruling. We already read an instruction that the police are allowed to tell her things to try and get reactions from her. She affirmatively denied there was an overt act that night to the police. The court, in its ruling pre-trial, I'm trying to get some guidance on this. Reviewed
But
most recent.
she testified in the video. She's reciting previous history. She's reciting, that's for all the times that you've choked me. That's for all the things you've done to me. The door's been opened. I'm sorry. But yeah, that's why they haven't been able to bring any of this DV stuff in, because they have not been able to establish that overt act. And that's what her testimony is to do.
Statements on the matter, and there is no overt act thus testified to.
She had 7 public
defenders,
defenders,
and I
and
don't know how it prejudices her or
one
her team in any way to establish an overt act on February
private
23rd,
and James is the ninth.
before we go into reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or matters of syndrome evidence.
Any other further argument, Mr. Owens? All right. I don't find that the officer's statements are character evidence, and you're looking for specific instances of conduct, which are going to be utilized for those specific purposes for reputation or violence to establish the fear component that the case law speaks about. Florida Supreme Court decision in Holland is clear that that overt act needs to be established before any of that evidence is submitted. I don't find that it's an opening of the door, and I'm going to rely on what the Florida Supreme Court has told us to do.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box and inspect it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that paper bag and inspect it before she testifies.
Any response?
I'm just confused why we haven't utilized the nearly half an hour
Yeah.
that the court has been off the bench to get these photographs marked.
Yep.
The defense team has been on board for quite some time. They did not request a second evidence view of the physical evidence that Ms. Boone already had an opportunity to do while she was pro se. It's 11:25. We need to try the case.
Judge, I think that she had that evidence view, I think, with Billy Lane. I believe that was the day after I filed my notice of appearance, or maybe it was the day I filed my notice of appearance. I don't remember exactly, but it had already been previously scheduled. I was in Milton, so they went ahead and did it that morning I believe at the jail. I believe the evidence.
Any particular reason why it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Because
when I sent my jury out.
I've been meeting with my client about her rights to testify or not, and other related matters. So in terms of not giving her this evidence?
In terms of anything that the state just discussed?
I've just been busy with my client.
Okay. How much time do you need in order to pre-mark these exhibits and look at the baseball bat and the suitcase, which have been entered into evidence?
I would think 15 minutes.
I'm very concerned because it is 11:25 and I discharged our jury some time ago, and I don't want to be in a position where we have to break in the middle of testimony.
May I suggest that we just take an early lunch? It's 11:30. Let's take an early lunch. We've got witnesses coming this afternoon anyway. If her testimony ends before 5, we've got 1 or 2 witnesses that are here. And then I believe tomorrow is Wednesday. We've got Dr. Brannon. It's going to be here first thing Wednesday morning. And then I believe Dr. Harper is not going to be here till Thursday morning. So we're going to have a little gap in time unless we've got to put on several officers about prior acts and all that. But I think for purposes of this, Judge, in the abundance of caution, I feel like I need to go over this this evidence with my client before she testifies, and I have not had a chance to view that evidence other than seeing it here today. But I think I need to do that with her before she testifies.
Okay, can the parties approach for a moment?
Why are they going silent? The jury's not there. Why can't they discuss that in front of us? Yep. Even though the judge ruled that they weren't allowed to discuss this battered wife syndrome prior to establishing this overt act, on day one of the trial, there is pictures on Twitter that right on top, where that pink manila folder is on the desk in front of where James Owens normally sits, was a book. There's a photo of a book that says battered wife syndrome right in front of everyone. Can't even L. There's no L. There's no L room. Don't like it when I haven't got any L room. Yeah. Yep. 5 years. She's had 5 years. Just delay after delay after delay. Every excuse in the book, even a hurricane. I do like the judge, though. He's fair, but he takes no shit. He kicked someone out of the courtroom the other day for, I think someone had used their mobile phone, and then he said, something about if you can't contain yourselves, contain your reactions or something like that, you'll be asked to leave. And apparently, whilst they were in a sidebar, someone had an altercation in the courtroom. The judge just basically told her that she could go down the hallway and see his assistant, and she would direct her to a TV screen where she could watch it being live streamed, and she wasn't allowed in the court again. Oh yeah, yes. They just had two recesses. Fuck. Oh, there's Jules. Hey, Jules. Oh, she smiled at me. She's front row. She'll be if they go on an early lunch, she will be calling into Recovery Addict to give an update. So I might get him set up, and we shall watch him for a bit whilst we shall bomb him whilst we're waiting. Oh, that was my stomach. I need me some snacks. Some snacks with flavor. All right. He's set up. Ready. Yeah. The defense should call Delta Airlines back as expert witnesses. Can they do they said they've got a crime scene reconstructionist. I wonder if they're going to put someone in the suitcase and hit them with the baseball bat. But as far as that goes and his blunt force trauma injuries, the ME did specify that that was not a contributing factor to his cause of death. So I don't know how much of that they can't attribute it to his cause of death. So, but the other thing you missed out on, Bri, was that the medical examiner, the defense, when they cross-examined the medical examiner, he was brilliant. Like, he knew, the percentages of oxygen that were required for someone to become unconscious and all sorts of stuff. And the autopsy uncovered that George had a 75%. Oh, hello, Miss Mundy. That's better.
Is it? Okay.
Yes, it's much better. Sorry, I'm just going through the ME. Yeah, she discovered that he had a 75% occlusion in his right coronary artery. So he had advanced coronary artery disease. And Sarah testified in the police interrogation that he'd been having chest pains. But the medical examiner also said that there was no evidence of any damage to the heart muscle. So he hadn't had any blockages so far. But I think the defense will focus on that as well, perhaps as a contributing factor, maybe. Yeah. The things I think
Probably
they'll
had
focus
a heart
on.
attack from being zipped in a suitcase.
Well, it was advanced coronary artery disease, but he had not had any blockages, and it was to the left. It was feeding the left ventricle, which is the main. It's the biggest ventricle of the heart, which pumps the oxygenated blood from the heart round to the body. So it goes into the right atrium, right ventricle, up through into the lungs, and then back into the left atrium, and then left ventricle into the body. So it does that loop. That's your cardiovascular system. And if you have the blockage in that artery, the muscle tissue is
I can
not.
still hear you. I'm just going to go cut my ceiling fan off.
The muscle tissue behind that blockage doesn't get any blood supply, and therefore it dies, and it cannot regenerate. So it cannot pump effectively. So if your left ventricle has muscle damage that doesn't pump, you're not going to be able to circulate enough oxygenated blood around the body. But I think what the defense is going to get at is that he already had a reduced oxygen supply.
It is 11:35. Councils have matters that they need to address with Madam Clerk for the pre-marking of exhibits, along with the review
how long
of
she had known that he
suitcase and bat, which were previously entered into evidence.
She didn't
I'm going
know.
to bring based on the agreement
He
of the
didn't
parties,
know.
I'm going to bring our
Hadn't been
jury panel
diagnosed.
in at this time, release them for lunch, give them a similar
Yeah.
instruction to the instructions they've been provided earlier, and we will commence promptly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. State, any disagreement with the battle plan so far? Same question.
So we're
All right, let's go ahead.
closing for lunch. Yes. The only reason that, like in her police interrogation video, it showed, she testified and said, well, she said that he had been having chest pains. But it wasn't until the medical examiner did the autopsy that she found that 75% occlusion of atherosclerosis.
Whatever you say, that word.
Yeah. So I reckon that's going to be part of their defense strategy as well. They will focus on.
It's my mother's name. It's a beautiful name.
They'll focus on the fact that he put himself in there voluntarily, the level of intoxication of the both of them, prior history of
He didn't
DV.
flip himself over, and he didn't, plan to stay there though.
No,
I-
no, no.
I get that he put himself in there voluntarily. The volunteer stuff I've done to myself is really stupid too.
And we all. But her level of ability to
Because they were both drunk. She says,
she was off her face. So her decision-making processes and her ability to comprehend the dangers involved were severely
yeah, and I feel like her interrogation should be thrown out because she was hungover.
Thank you very much.
Oh, she was.
Matters with counsel took a little bit longer than we anticipated. We're going to take an earlier break today. It's 11:35. We anticipate the defense putting on a case this afternoon, and we don't want to get into it and then have to break.
Why an hour and a half for fucking lunch? Why? Why?
Look,
Why
you leave like Judge Sexy Pants alone. If he wants an hour and a half for lunch, let him have an hour and a half for lunch. He's
the
very
one
gorgeous.
Time. Why not just cut your lunch break down to an hour?
Oh, he's got a ring on his hand. Never mind.
Break a half an hour into it. So we're going to go ahead and take that break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as I've read to you over the last couple of days.
You don't need to hear all that.
You said,
yeah. So we got an hour and a half to kill. No pun intended. I know I've bought snacks.
If you're following the YSL trial, big news, big news.
Oh.
So do you remember when the lawyer got arrested? They arrested. Okay. Well,
I can't get into that one. That's one
about 6 months ago, the lawyer got arrested because he wouldn't give up some information that the judge wanted. So he held him in contempt and had him arrested.
Oh.
Well, the arrest got overturned today by the Georgia Supreme Court. So big news, big news.
Oh. So what does that mean?
Well, he wanted him to have to serve every Saturday in jail, but it was overturned. So it means that he's not going to have to go to jail now. So he should have never been arrested in the first place because the judge was having ex parte communications.
That was the old gray head guy, yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Because the judge had a meeting with the witness in his chambers and the prosecution, yeah, without
the defense. Yeah,
I do remember that bit. Yeah, what
you call it word? The medical word, yeah, the whatchamacallit word.
Yes, they have to go. Well, he wants to go over the friggin' suitcase with her. What are they doing?
Items, and please mark every defense exhibit at this time with Madam Clerk, and I will see you all to commence promptly at 1 p.m. Court's in recess. Thank you.
This is going to be the longest hour and a half of her life.
Yeah, I know. I freaking know.
You know, her stomach has to be in knots.
Defense attorney Steele, was it, in the YSL trial?
Glanville. That was attorney Steele. Oh, Steele. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was Steele in the YSL trial. Yeah. That was Steele.
I think if I had a nap now, Elizabeth, I don't think I would wake up. Because I
love a good nap. It's like my favorite hobby, but it always makes me feel worse. So I try to remember that before I take one.
Well, that's what pissed me off during the week with all of these delays, because for me, I have to. I try to sleep as long as I can in the afternoon so that I'm awake for the night. But then I chuck myself full of coffee and caffeine and energy drinks and B12. And so by the time I get online at 12, I'm wired and then
I take B12 shots.
I can't even go to bed if I wanted to because I'm too wired.
I have malabsorption problems, so I have to take B12 and vitamin D injections.
I take B12, vitamin D, folate, magnesium.
Yeah. Because the judge and the state had meetings without the defense attorneys present. Yep. Ex parte communications without the defense attorneys present. And then Steele wouldn't give up who told him about it. It was the clerk who told him about it, but because the clerk is the sweetest, nicest lady just in the world, and she was concerned because they were actually threatening his client that he had to testify in a certain way, and he wouldn't tell who told him, and it's like, you will tell me who told you, or I'll have you arrested. He said, I'm not telling who told me, because that would have cost her job, and they could have intimidated her, and so he wouldn't get tell. And I think that's very honorable of him.
Yeah. Now, recovery addict.
There has to be an overt act that day for the self-defense battered spouse situation. There has to be something that George did, some sort of threat, some sort of occurrence that happened that made her fear for her life and act in the way she did, using either non-lethal or lethal force to restrain or prevent her from being injured. She has to testify that something happened.
Told ya.
Here's the problem. Her previous testimony is that nothing happened.
Yeah.
That everything was good.
Yep.
We sat on the back porch. We smoked. We drank some wine. We did some puzzles. We listened to some music. We played some games. Everything was fine.
There's Jules.
Now she has to say something different.
Call from Jules.
Jules.
However,
boy, you guys have no clue.
What's happening?
I got to see the freaking suitcase up close and personal, and I got to see Mr. J. I totally flip out.
Oh,
is he mad that they get to touch the suitcase?
Yes, and not only that, though, Mr. J was asking. I mean, Mr. Owens was asking for the paperwork and the stuff that was left in this suitcase, and Mr. J didn't want to answer the question. Now, this is all outside the presence of the jury, and of the judge, and I don't know if the camera was still going or not. A few people saw it, but Mr. J literally picked up the box and turned it upside down and shook it and said, "There's your evidence right there," and then threw the box down.
Oh, that could be tampering with evidence.
And
I've told you this is personal for him for some reason, and
it really is.
Wow,
he might be a battered spouse.
It was bad. It was bad. It was like so bad, Scott. What do you call it? And Sarah was right there. She had her gloves on, and I mean, it was bad.
They want to test the zipper, right? They want to make sure that she can unzip it with one finger. That's very important. The easier that zipper, the better it is for the defense. So a can of WD-40 slipped in would be like excellent about right now. It needs to flow like butter.
Yes, but there is a heavy presence of security once it was established that she was taking the stand. We've only always had just 3 deputies.
Is that a juror?
And now we have 6. So,
that's on the phone.
There might be some of Mr.
Sorry.
She says she is, but
Jules is just a subscriber.
Oh, okay.
Of recovery addict, but she goes to a lot of trials and sits in and watches in the courtroom, and then rings in and updates.
Oh, okay.
What she's doing.
Okay. Can I just say, like, if you are a battered spouse, sometimes your story is that everything's perfect, everything's fine, everything's wonderful, and you may really believe that in your heart and soul, that everything's fine, everything's perfect, that everybody's life is like this. That everybody's life is just like this one. And you really start to think that. And then you realize after a little while, you know what? That's not how everybody lives. This is not right. This is not perfect. And
That's why
especially
they stay.
when you're away from it for a little while. You start to realize that this was not okay. This was not right. He shouldn't have been doing that. But maybe I shouldn't have been doing this either.
You minimize it. You make excuses.
Yeah.
All part of it. And yep. And it pissed the judge off because he wouldn't snitch on her. The judge should have arrested himself. Yeah. Didn't he get taken off that case, that judge?
Yeah, he did.
He was a new judge? Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. He didn't lose his job or anything. He's still working in the courthouse, but
yeah, so this Jules chick is sitting directly behind Sarah in the first row. So she's
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So she's giving the update to Recovery Addict. That's why I switched to him, because I knew she would be ringing in at lunchtime.
She called fast. She called real fast.
Yep.
Jorge Torres' family in the audience.
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
Believe me, I've been with the victim's advocate on this. Chris, can you turn my car on, please, so I could get some air? Doing a live.
Tell Chris, thank you. He's doing a great job.
There was that, and I never saw him so. I mean, Mr. J has had
all the sidebars and everything. That's what she updates on.
Thank you. Has had attitude, but this was bad. So, did they have it on camera?
No. We cut away to the state seal when the judge was just leaving the bench, so we didn't see anything that happened after that.
My God, you have no idea. Me and Joel from
she's a mess.
We were like, I grabbed his arm, he looked at me, and I'm like, everything was fine when they were presenting the photographs, okay, and examining the suitcase. But when that exchange took place between Mr. J and Mr. Owens and him, I mean, he was terrible. And so it wasn't just me, it was everybody went, and it was audible. I mean, because it came out of nowhere. We didn't expect that flash of temper out of him. And so
he's upset because he lost.
The deputies.
He objected to the defense being able to touch any of the evidence now.
I know. But here's the thing. The judge, I mean, Mr. Owen said, like, maybe Sarah had a chance to, but I only came on the case, afterwards. I didn't get to.
That is a burden that you took on, though, my God. That is a burden that you took on.
And I think the reason why the judge is siding with Mr. Owens is.
Sorry, love.
He said he just came on the case. Yeah, that's a burden that he chose to take on, though.
Yeah, but he's saying that he hasn't even inspected the case yet. He hasn't had a chance to because of the time. But,
I get it, but he chose to do that.
But as far as appellate conditions, what is the judge to do?
Yeah.
Denies him.
Yeah, you're exactly right. There's nothing that can be. Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah,
his hands are tied, and the judge has got 8 alternates. He ain't going to put it up for any way that it's going to go to appeal if he can help it. No way. He's spent 5 years. He's not going to.
Yeah, he's going to dot all his I's and cross all his T's to make sure that that it's not going to go up on appeal. That this gets settled.
There's more alternates than there is jurors.
Because he is trying to keep the record as clean and clear as possible.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
But after that outburst by Mr. J with the suitcase and stuff, Mr. J instructed the deputies to tell us to leave the courtroom, that it was only the client and the defendant and the attorneys were allowed to stay. I called BS on that. You see, I'm minding my language. We, as the media, are allowed to watch that. but because he had an outburst and we all saw it, the only thing I could think of is, now that I know, I thought Court TV was filming that, but now I know that they weren't. But he must have thought they caught my outburst on camera, and now he wants us out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, it was observed, and it's you're absolutely right. The original evidence view that Sarah Boone had negotiated for when she was pro se was going to be in the public. It was going to be in the courtroom, and media. The judge says media is allowed. Courtroom is open. So
we got thrown out.
The prosecutor is, I would say, absolutely wrong on this one, and that's also not his call.
Mm-hmm.
It was his call, though. He made it. He said to the deputies, "I want everybody." No. What they should have done was brought the judge in and said, "I really, Scott, I believe it was."
So the prosecutors kicked everyone out of the courtroom so that the defendant and her lawyer can assess the evidence on their own. It doesn't make sense.
It happens all the time.
But what if they tamper with it?
Well, they keep the two of them together and won't do it.
The what?
The defense and the prosecution.
Yeah, but didn't you just say that the prosecutors kicked everyone else out and just left the defendant and the defense attorney in?
Oh, that's not what I thought she said. I thought she said it was the prosecution and the defense.
Hang on, let me go back.
Because everybody
wrong on this one. It was going to be in the public. It was going to be in the courtroom, and media. The judge says media is allowed. Courtroom is open. So
we got thrown out.
The prosecutor is, I would say, absolutely wrong on this one, and that's also not his call.
It was his call, though. He made it. He said to the deputies, "I want everybody." No. What they should have done was brought the judge in and said, "I really, Scott, I believe it was because he was caught in a fit of anger."
Yeah.
And he wanted us out.
Well, there goes our chance to interview him after the case.
I'm still gonna reach out to Mr. J, but I know I can score with Mr. Owens and Mr. Henderson. I know for sure. I was gonna try with Mr. J, but I'm so mad at him right now. But in any case, that's.
Jules,
oh my God!
Thank you very much.
They didn't sell it. You're very welcome.
That's
All
why
right,
we have you as a reporter there. Thanks. Have a great lunch. We'll see you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Call from Beauty.
Beauty, this is RA. How are you doing?
I want to get.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing fabulous.
Good. Long time watcher here. First call in.
Yeah.
I
want to work out how to get a phone connected.
Oh, it's really simple. You can set up a line through Stream Elements.
Yeah.
And it's about $1.99 a month.
That's it. Just get a burner phone.
Well, you don't have to phone at all. Set up a call line through Stream Elements. It'll ring in your ear. It'll go it'll go bloop bloop. Yeah, they'll give you a number, and you can make it where it'll pop up on the screen just like this.
Oh, really? So you don't even need the phone? Because that would be really, really handy for the podcast. Really handy.
Yeah. Now, for about $5.99 a month, you can get one to where you won't get sales calls and stuff on it. Just look it up through Stream Elements.
Recovery Addict he must have the basic one because he gets prank calls all the time, but he answers them live on air.
Oh, that's hilarious.
He takes the piss so bad. Like one time he had this electric company ring him up and wanting him to swap over to solar or something like that. And he's like, well, I do have quite a heavy demand and a heavy load on my my electricity. I don't know if solar's going to actually be able to cope with the load, because of, and they're like, oh, no, we've got this. You go, yeah, but no, I have, some heat lamps and, you know, my basement's full of, he made it out like he had this massive dope plantation in his
That's
basement.
great.
So funny. And he just
Oh
did it
my
on the
gosh.
fly. Like, he's just hysterical.
That's what me and you need to do. We need to start a prank channel. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Oh my gosh. Well, I have to go and
Yeah.
get ready for my stream. I'm actually going to get back on project again today.
Ah,
I
cool.
think my mouth is doing good enough to where I can run it again.
Excellent. Have you still got that interview happening?
Which
week
one?
that you mentioned?
No, it's not today. I had to put it off because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do it. It's going to be later in the week, though, that and with my friend home surgery and stuff. So looking at Thursday or Friday, but still happening this week.
Sweet. Just let me know what time.
I sure will.
You know?
Yeah. Yep.
So
wait on them to get back with me about a time.
Is it going to be like?
So I don't want to make an announcement yet until.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say anything. During streaming of trials.
I know he has a court date this week, so we might be waiting to see about that. So
yeah, he's got a couple that he's attending.
Yeah. So I just kind of want to choke him until I find out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll definitely give you a link and everything and let you know.
Yeah, so I can postpone my stream if I need to.
Okay, yeah, no problem. I'll let you know the second I know.
Shit up. Thanks, love.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye. All right. I'm going to play my, if I've still got it here, my little promo for the podcast. Where is it? I don't know if this is it. No, I don't think that one's it. Let me find it. Un momento, per favore. For the record, videos. All right, this is the do I play that one or that one? I'll play the Meet the Team one. There we go. Oh. You're an idiot, Jody. I don't want to open it in there. I want to share it. So we can stop this screen and we can present a video. There we go. That's better. Okay. Add to stage. Doesn't sound very loud. Why doesn't it sound very loud? Well, because I haven't got this page boosted. That's full. Okay, let's start again. Because I made the song. We got to listen to it all. Not very loud.
Well, now the funny part is that you brought up the eating disorder. Is that was the one thing of agreement from the doctor today. You brought that up because he had disagreed with everything that doctor said, but the eating disorder. So presumption of innocence is the most powerful thing. Listen, believe it or not, it is the thing that makes our justice system special. It is the single most. There's no other system of justice that has it. And this was just a passion project. Like I said, it was meant for my dad and I to talk and get his story out. And then he passed away on me unexpectedly. And then he was literally supposed to be on the show. And he was coming in and we had done all this research and he was going to talk about it.
We might go and, if she goes live, whilst we're on lunch break, we might go and bomb her site. We'll go and crash hers.
And we were all excited about it. And then he was supposed to come on Saturday. He passed away on Thursday. And I got a call. I was on live. If you go back, I was covering the Hannah Gutierrez case. I'm doing my intro for the day. And you're here. My theme song for my phone is the Rocky theme. And you're here to go off. Oh, man.
Just as a matter of interest, I met baby Carson the other day, well, virtually. He's 2 months old already, and he is the cutest little cherub. He's got these big chubby cheeks, and he is a spitting image of his dad, spitting image of Steve. So he's got his hands full. He's got a 5-year-old and now a 2-month-old, plus the 3 older kids. And his mum's dog got attacked, like mauled last week, badly. And yeah, there's so much stuff going on at the moment. So, but he's so keen to start this week because he wants to dissect this case, which fair enough. So do I.
In fact, I was so shook up. It was like a year later I got pulled over, and I'm shaking. And the cop comes over and says, "You're shaking like a leaf, man. What's wrong with you? You got something?" I said, "I'm worried my dad's gonna get mad at me." I said, because he got sick. Because I'd never seen him that mad ever. Like, he was never mad. I already knew you got pulled over because when you got pulled over, he called me. He said, "So that's why I was ready for you."
Mm-hmm. Sorry, this is my lunchtime. All right. Who can we annoy? Who can we annoy? 3 o'clock. So that's, we've got an hour, yeah? Hmm. 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 What to do? What to do? Let me see. I really need to get Discord set up properly. Oh, we could watch some Judge Fleischer. Maybe I'll put Judge Fleischer on and I might have a half-hour break. I love Judge Fleischer. This is Judge Fleischer. Live today. I will just share screen.
Stand over here, right in the middle.
Okay, there you go.
Morning, Dr. Byrne.
How are you, sir?
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for letting me come.
Yes, sir. Hey, guys, keep it down, will you, please? Sir, you're charged with driving.
All right, guys, I might just pop off for half an hour. I'll keep the stream going and running, and I will be back. Go and have yourselves some lunch. Get your snacks sorted so that you don't have to get up during her testimony, because it's going to be on like Donkey Kong for the next 3 hours. Yeah, so go and have some lunch, have a break. I'll be here when you get back. So it's 1 hour, or actually 50 minutes before they come on. I'll keep an eye on it. Anyway, in the meantime, I'll keep Judge Fleischer running for you to watch something. All right? See you shortly.
Driving while intoxicated, you're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause.
I'll just do that.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Hold all conversations or take them to one of the witness rooms, please.
Officers were dispatched to a crash in Harris County, Texas. The wheel witness stated that he was towing a car when the defendant crossed into his lane and hit the car that was being towed. The defendant told officers that he drank 6 Bombay Sapphires and did not know he struck another vehicle. SFSTs were conducted, 6 out of 6 HGN, 8 out of 8 walk and turn. The officer did not ask the defendant to do the one-leg stand due to balance problems and age. DIC was read and breath consented, 0.139, 0.135.
Ready to be honest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Byrne, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. The only thing I'm ordering you to do is not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're consuming any kind of alcohol or illegal drugs, I'll put you in jail. You will not get any more PR bonds. You've got a great lawyer helping you out. I will waive your appearance so you don't have to waste your time coming to court here, but you must stay in touch with Mr. Alford and he'll tell you when you have to come back to court. So you're welcome to go back to Florida if that's where you're going to go. But understand, if they call you for a drug test, you'll have to test at Quest Diagnostics, get the test to Mr. Alford, and that'll satisfy us, okay? So just be careful. Don't pick up any new DWIs. Just,
Probably not.
Well, you have any questions for the judge or anything I need to ask?
I don't know what to ask.
Good,
Thank
good, it's a
you.
good answer.
The only other thing I'm going to suggest to you is that it's very possible because this DWI, you might lose your license because of the administrative license case that you have versus DPS. So just stay in contact with Mr. Alford. If it does become suspended, you can't drive. In the event you do, you can always get an occupational, but just be wary of that. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I've already requested a hearing.
Great. We'll just have you sign a reset. We'll have you meet with the pretrial and then you guys are good to go. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Happy travels.
Thank you.
Sanchez, Ramon.
Yes, sir.
Counsel.
Ramon Sanchez, come up.
Judge Sanchez, he was released from custody and needs bond conditions. Counsel, what are you gonna do?
Ricardo. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to wait for your lawyer to show up. Take a seat for me at the jury box. Don't go anywhere, sir.
All right, Judge, Rial, page 22, Brianna.
Good morning, ma'am.
Sir.
Ma'am, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. First offense, it's elevated to a Class A misdemeanor because of the high blow. So you're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can or will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you.
On October 15th, 2024, officers conducted a traffic stop on the.
We've already given.
Okay, everyone, all right?
I gave her one, and Victoria just gave her another one.
Does it not work? Well, if it's not working, it's not working. All right, sorry, Mark.
Oh, okay. On October 15th, 2024, officers conducted a traffic stop on the defendant's motor vehicle after observing it failed to signal a lane change and swerve left and right within its lane before striking the curb. Officers observed the defendant to be the sole occupant of the motor vehicle and detected an odor of alcohol and bloodshot watery eyes on the person. Defendant admitted to drinking. SFSTs were conducted, 6 out of 6 HGN, 5 out of 8 walk and turn, 3 out of 4 one-leg stand. DICs were read and defendant consented to breath test, 0.163, 0.161.
Where was this?
It was east on Clear Lake City Boulevard.
Okay, all right. Because I'll explain to you later. All right, ma'am, I'm gonna find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. I'm ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol, illegal drugs, or unprescribed controlled medication. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're consuming alcohol and kind of illegal drugs, I will put you in jail. You will not get any more PR bumps. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a Texas driver license?
Yes, sir.
Do you have valid liability insurance in your name?
I have regular insurance.
You have car insurance in
Yes,
your name?
sir.
Okay. We're going to reset your case to give you time to hire a lawyer. Don't sit and wait because you're only hurting yourself. You need to talk to a lawyer immediately because there's a lot of timing requirements. I'll have you sign a reset with Victoria. We'll have you meet with pretrial for your bond conditions, and after that, you're free to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you.
Please.
All right, Judge, next is page 1, arms, come on up.
Oh, any priority to be honest on that other one?
Oh, no, Judge, no criminal.
Good morning, Mr. Arms. Sir, you're charged with assault of a family member. You're facing up to a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. We're going to do probable cause. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney present. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you, sir.
Defendant and the defendant are married, and on October 1st, 2024, officers were dispatched to a family assault in Harris County, Texas. Complaining witness and the defendant got into a verbal argument. The defendant stated he was going to take the car and leave. The defendant then pushed complaining witness against the car with both of his hands in her chest, neck area, causing pain. Complaining witness stated the defendant held her against the car for a few seconds and then let go and proceeded to leave. Officers observed redness on complaining witness' upper chest and lower neck and on her back.
Do you know?
I know that it's his wife.
She's here. If she wants to have, she's here. Contact with him or no? She's here. Don't say anything, Mr. Arms, please.
It looks like this is a DVD case. It looks like we haven't gotten the chance to reach out to her yet. I believe that the defendant is saying she's here in the courtroom right now.
Is there a Haley Arms here? Okay. Are you Haley Arms? Okay, just take a seat for me momentarily, ma'am. You want to reach out and see what she wishes? Mr. Arms, I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with the case. I'm ordering you now as a condition of your bond not to have any threatening or harassing contact with this person. If you violate these conditions, I'm going to put you in jail. You will not get any more PR bonds. I'm also ordering you not to be in possession of weapons as well. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, I do understand.
There is a protective order that has been in place. I would get to know it because if you violate this protective order, the state can and will file additional charges against you. And then things will really go sideways quick. Are you on probation or parole at this time?
No, sir.
Okay. So for now, what do you do for a living, sir?
I work for my wife, home health care.
Sorry?
Work for my wife, part-time home health care.
For your wife?
She owns a home health care service.
Okay, and what do you make a month?
Work like 6 days a month, about $285 a month.
Why not a regular job? 9 to 5 that every day?
Because of my criminal history, sir, I have a hard time finding a job.
And the more you pick up, the worse it gets. How old are you, sir?
I'm 39, gonna be 40, sir.
39.
Yes, sir.
I'm also ordering you as a condition of your bond not to consume alcohol or illegal drugs. I'm going to randomly test you. If I find that you're consuming alcohol or any kind of illegal drugs, likewise, I will put you in jail. I'll have you fill out an application. I need to know everything about you, how much money you make, how much money you have in the bank, and then I'll take a look to see whether you qualify for an appointed lawyer. But understand that you're under strict supervision now. I don't want any more issues. Otherwise, there's only one place. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you mind giving him an application? It's right here. This one, yeah. If you just give him one, we're going to give you an application. I'm going to have you sign a reset with Victoria, and then we'll have you take a seat in the jury box for now, sir. Do not leave, okay? All right. So don't worry about filing conditions because I'm gonna make sure he's mom.
I already emailed on that.
The criminal history kind of worries me.
Right here. Council for reset.
Hey, Stephen.
Everybody ready?
Stephen. Oh, it's right here. You're ready. Yeah, already called it. Oh, I was gonna add more. It's not a big deal. Don't worry. About it.
Are you adding a juror? You adding another juror?
No, no, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal.
What is going on?
Hey, Frederick, what's up, man?
I like the decorations.
Thanks. Try to be festive, you know?
Can't wait to be finished with decorations.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Your turn. See, look. Yes.
Excuse me. Can you do me a favor? That's Ian Terrell. I'd like to send him for a drug test now, please. It's, do you have a doctor with you? Top of page 21. Please. Terrell. Mr. Russo.
Do you want to pull up the email real fast?
Sure.
Peyton, I'm here on Sydney Burrows. He has a bond violation with alcohol in his system. I'm not sure what date that was. I was trying to pull up the email. Yeah, he understands he messed up. So he's here. The only thing that I can say to be proactive about what he's trying to do, I got his pretrial diversion packet together. He took a 4-hour drinking class on October 17th, and I have him set up for a TRAS. He had a theft back when he was a kid, like 18 or 19.
Come on, Mr. Burrows.
He had a theft when he was 18 or 19. They sent him to WIMAC or one of those facilities. And
I'm not going to send you to WIMAC just for a simple.
Yeah, back in the day it was.
Not just for,
Trust, I researched it. No, I researched it, Judge. I'm telling you, it was in one of those courts. It was a long time ago, and I looked at everything, and I thought the same thing. I mean, he can tell you.
Perhaps it was an ag rob pled down to a theft.
No,
Who knows?
It was not. It was an employee. It was an employee theft. I was working at Office Depot. Yes, sir.
Regardless, I ordered you not to consume alcohol. Just because you had a theft when you're 18 doesn't allow you to consume alcohol now when you have a DWI.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Now I'm going to put an ankle monitor on you so I know that you're not consuming. And the next time you do, you will go to jail. There's no excuse. I don't care what you're telling me. I don't care if it's NyQuil, mouthwash, a tequila lollipop, hair dye. I've heard it all and I don't care.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Next time you will stay with me. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
This thing is extremely finicky and it detects alcohol through your perspiration. So be careful where you go, what you do, who you're with, because I won't entertain any more excuses. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Take a seat, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. No tolerance, Mike.
I just think that's why we have to apply pretrial. I mean, that's what you do.
All right, bud. For which one? Oh, no alcohol, no drugs, random urinalysis. It's a DFI. Hey, Mr. Haddad, can I give you a cause number?
Yes.
Two 553.
253.
5018.
505.
253 5018. This case is to me, it's pretty egregious. And I'm asking you to remind me when we do get this individual in here so that I can take appropriate action. Because I just want you to remind me so that I don't forget. And they try to like either waive PC and they get out of here because it's.
Right. This is for, to be clear, James Pinker. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm signing the warrant now, so that way when we do get them.
You should.
You'll see. Okay.
Morning, Judge. Judge, I'm here on my client, Mr. Navarro, first name Alejandro.
Here?
Yes, sir.
Happy or still unhappy?
I am happy, Judge.
Sure?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey.
Yes, sir. And I had talked about it with him after talking to you yesterday. So.
Sure.
Yes, Judge. Yes.
Because you're happy, then I'm happy. So that's, I want to make sure that, you know, now it's 180 days. So
Right, Judge.
where are we going?
So, Judge, I know that the state is working on a RIP. I don't know.
Not at 180. It's
Yeah, and I'm not trying to point any fingers or anything. I think it's just one of those things where for some reason the complaining witness isn't wanting to cooperate at this point. I did tell the state that after I met with my client yesterday, what I want to do is get them a legitimate copy of a protective order that's already in place out of one of the family law courts. And then hopefully with that, that'll allow them some room to go down on their offer. And I think that would take care of the case.
Okay, so I'll give you a week. Okay, do what you need to do. Rip it. I'm sorry, not rip it, but eval it without the complaining witness to see if you can make the case or not. You know, if you can, yay. If you can't, then that's it. But it's 180 and rip should be, you know. So I guess we'll come back and we'll see what you guys want to do. Either got to take the deal or we'll set it.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Of course.
I appreciate it.
All right.
So I'll email you. That's
Cashier, from the cashier. Sir. Okay, sounds good. No, one truck.
Amy.
Is it on the?
So. Yeah.
Council for reset.
It was weird that she pulled. Yeah, she pulled off. Yeah, I did the community service. I'll take off. Nine years old. Okay. That'll work.
Council for reset, Mr. Gonzalez.
Morning, Julie. Hey, Judge, I'm sorry. Let me get myself unmuted. I'm sorry. Hi, Judge, how are you?
I guess the button's not it. Thanks. Hold, give me a second. Let me see if we can get the speaker working, Julie.
Perfect.
Say something.
Oh.
Hello.
Hey, there we go. All right, so what's going on with Zavala?
The felony was reset to November 21st.
So we need to set this thing for trial.
Correct. I knew you were going to do that. So just pick a date.
So,
can we do it when you're there?
say that again?
I'd like to set it when you're on the bench.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, cool.
I never go anywhere, man.
I know. You're a hard worker.
So Judge, December 3rd would be the next trial setting.
How's that, Julie? How's that?
That's fine.
All right, it's yours.
Okay, cool. What is that?
Okay, man.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I can't do it on the 3rd because Pat has a doctor's appointment. I can do it any other day that week, except for Friday. If Thursday.
What about Ramona? What about that time before that?
Oh, that's Thanksgiving, Judge.
I could do it the 2nd.
Newman. Zavala, bottom of page 25. Say it again.
I could do the 2nd. Good Lord.
Ramona?
Judge,
What do
it's
you
up
think?
to you. I'm
Do it.
okay.
Okay. Hey, take note that on Zavala, we're setting it for trial December 2nd. That's the Monday. So just take note. Okay. All right. Okay.
Thanks,
All right,
Judge.
Julie, it's yours.
Okay, thank you so much.
Take care.
Bye, y'all.
Zavala,
Okay.
Vernon,
Hey,
He did get tested yesterday, came back for marijuana.
yep. Come up, Mr. Osborne. Guys, what is all the times that we've had Mr. Osborne tested, times that he's been positive, times that he's been negative? How many times have we tested Mr. Osborne, please? It's nearly 400 days old and he's continuing to smoke weed. I mean,
This is the first time he's actually been tested, to my knowledge.
I don't think that's right. I think that we've tested him before.
I understand he tested positive, Judge. My only concern is he is trying to get a degree and he obviously do his own doing. He's missed a lot of days in school, but I'm concerned that he's not.
Since December 21st of 23, he has had a dismissal offer where he's had to do 12 hours of community service, 1 class, and he gets his case dismissed. Now, a year later, we are still here and he's testing positive for marijuana.
Only number I had for him was his mother's number, which is why he got disconnected. I could not figure out how to contact him, which is why I had the PTI offer, but I couldn't reach him to give him the
It's
PTI.
not your fault, Mr. Schofield, and I'm not going to let you fall on the sword for him. But you're still smoking.
Only one judge.
Just the one today?
Yes.
We've never tested him before?
And we have a record now.
Where are we going?
He signed the PTI yesterday, so he's just got to get his community service and his anger management done.
What kind of anger management class are we talking?
Our anger management class, and he has 12 hours of community service.
You have 3 weeks to get everything done. If you don't have everything done in 3 weeks, you will get an immediate trial setting. This offer goes away. Do you understand, Mr. Osborne?
Yes, sir.
And the next time you test positive, I'm going to light you up. No more weed. How old are you?
18.
No more weed. Do you understand? You will get tested again. And if I find that you're continuing to smoke weed, into jail you will go. You have 3 weeks to get this thing done. That's it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey. Hey.
That's 31, Judge.
What's the last name?
Tomas Gonzalez.
What page is it on? Is it on docket today?
Page 14.
Yes. Marcelino, okay. Mr. Marcelino Gonzalez, you're charged with driving while intoxicated. It's elevated to a Class A misdemeanor. You are facing a year in jail and or a $4,000 fine. You guys have worked out an agreement. They're offering you 3 days in jail, credit for the 1 day that you've done. You need to understand that by pleading guilty to this offense, it will go on your record. It's going to be there for the rest of your natural born life. If you ever get pulled over in a car and you have an alcohol on your breath and the officer sees that you have a prior DWI, what do you think they're going to do to you? Right.
Yes.
What we're doing today, you will now be facing a minimum of 90 days in jail for any new cases that you pick up. Do you understand? And if you are not in this country with permission, you go to jail for that time. I can all but guarantee that you will get an immigration detainer. So if you have people that depend on you for whatever purpose, you going to jail for that kind of time completely wastes them. You give up a lot of rights by entering this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront and cross-examine your accusers. If you are not a citizen, there are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. Once you plead guilty, you cannot change this. It will go on your record. It will be there until the day you die. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you still want to do this?
Yes.
How do you plead to the offense of driving while intoxicated? I will find you guilty, sentence you to the 3 days in jail, give you credit for the 1. I'm going to suspend your license for 90 days. Do not drive until you get a license. Otherwise, you will be right back over here. Are you appointed on the case? Okay. Good luck to you, Mr. Marcelino. 3,000. Oh, it's 3,500. You have.
You can't put 35, Judge. It's either 3,000, 4,000, or 6,000, 40,000.
45, 45. Yes, Mr. Yassi, please. Yes. Yes, this is Judge Fleischer in Court 5, and he has a defendant by the name of Velasco Morales that has bond violations. I'm putting him on the docket for this Friday, and they need to be in court, please. Cause number is 2. Pedro Velasco Morales. And then putting them on the docket for this Friday, and the defendant must appear or the bond gets revoked. Do you want the cause number? The cause number is 251-8760. Correct. And 9 a.m. Okay, thanks. You too. Take care. Hey, Will.
Yes, come on, Judge, may I approach?
I'm here on Mr. Compton, Chad Compton.
Okay.
So I got appointed to this case the 7th of October. One of my client's bond conditions was to seek and obtain employment. So we reset it 2 weeks to come back and check in on that. Just spoke with my client, showed me his Indeed app. He's applied for Whataburger, Leaf and Green, Panera, Food Press, like a food processing, a deli. Those are all outstanding, pending through Indeed. He had an interview with Wendy's at the airport, but needs to reschedule that. That was on 10/10. He's doing the work, Judge. He just hasn't secured a job yet.
Great. So let's set it off another 2 weeks, see how it goes.
Okay.
And then hopefully he's at a job by then.
Thank you,
Okay,
Judge.
okay, for sure.
Mr. Williams, if you can put your right thumb on the floor.
Thank you. Judge, we have a plea for you, may we approach?
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Brooker.
Good morning, how are you? It's a criminal trespass, Judge.
Okay.
3 days and 2 days credit.
Mr. Williams. So you're charged with criminal trespass. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or a $2,000 fine. You guys, I guess, have worked out an agreement. They're offering you time served. This is what you want to do. You need to understand that it's going to go on your record from now on. You're facing a minimum of 30 days in jail for any new cases that you pick up. You also give up a lot of rights by entering this agreement. You give up the right to a trial, right to compel witnesses to testify on your behalf, confront, cross-examine your accusers if you're not a citizen. There are possible immigration consequences. You can be deported, excluded from the country, denied naturalization. You give up the right to appeal. Is this what you want to do? How do you plead to the offense, sir? You high right now?
I don't believe he's intoxicated, Judge, at all.
How do you plead to the offense, sir?
Trespass.
Guilty. I'll find you guilty. Send you to the agreement. I'll roll your court costs so you won't know anything.
Thank you, Judge.
Start from Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
You know, you got the one life. All you're doing is you're racking up more and more charges. Sometimes you're going to see it's going to be really difficult to get a job, and it's already tough to be in your position now as it is. All you're doing is making life more difficult, man. Get on it. All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Hey, Judge, Anna's kind of similar.
No, she's not.
Nobody at all?
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, you're welcome.
See you.
Maybe she is.
Oh, here we go. Craig?
Yes.
Hey, it's David Fletcher in Court 5.
Hey, how are you, Joe?
Stepansky picked up a new case.
Yeah, I had seen that. I got an email about it.
I'm
Put
putting
her in Narcotics Anonymous for now. I don't know what we're gonna do there.
I'm putting her, well, all her cases are on Friday. She needs to be here. Okay?
Okay, yeah, I've told her she needs to do it.
Got it. Okay, thanks, bud. We'll see you then.
All right.
Bye.
Okay.
Anna.
Good morning, Judge.
Hey,
We
good morning.
have a fugitive case. I see Miss Tang in the courtroom. If they could bring Miss Rasul over, she's in custody.
Have you seen, where's the trial? Where's Tyler?
Judge, he said he's on his way. He got caught in another court.
You here with the jury?
Yeah, that quick.
Come on, man.
And Judge, Miss Rasul is the one that she had the 30-day pre-signed waiver. And then she signed the 14-day waiver. And then the state asked for a couple of extra days because she's going back to North Carolina. And we're just gonna explain to her what's going on.
Amy, what was the last name again?
Russell, R-A-S, Katrina.
Good morning, Miss Russell.
Good morning, how you doing?
How are you?
Great.
So it looks like, to me, you were wanted out of North Carolina, specifically Wake County, for all felony probation violation, another probation violation, another probation violation, and a misdemeanor probation violation. So it looks like 3 felony probation violations and a misdemeanor probation violation. What's more is that you were on bond for a fraud case here. God, the bond was at nearly $500,000. It looks like that was just recently disposed of on the 7th of this month as well.
I got time, sir.
Well, 180 days state jail, I guess, right? So Amy, what's going on now?
Yes, so the manager solutions were picked up on by November 5th. We were just bringing out so we could watch our.
So there's a pre-signed waiver.
Yeah, we already entered it on October 17th.
Got it. So a couple things you need to understand. Depending on where you get on probation, when you get on probation, especially on felony cases, you sign something it's called a pre-signed waiver. You sign a document saying, okay, look, by signing for this probation, I agree to waive formal extradition so that you can never fight extradition if you're ever picked up in another state, another county, or whatever. In that respect, even if I wanted to give you a bond, I can't because you've already waived extradition as it is. So I can't give you a bond. We typically just wait. And as a matter, it's 30 days that they have to come pick you up, not the normal 14, because it's a pre-signed waiver. At that point, it's a 30-day wait that we give them for North Carolina to come get you.
I came court today. I signed my waiver on the 16th. My day started on the 16th, the 14th. And they said they wanted 5 days, but my mama talked to my attorney. They said they're not coming to get me, sir. It's old, 7 years old. They're not coming.
Well, and if that's the case, then at some once the 30-day runs, at that point they'll issue a nollie, and then they'll
Yes,
get out of here.
On the 16th, my day started on the 16th. I'm aware that I signed my waiver, and they said that you signed off on it for extra 5 days. They said they asked for extra 5 days. My attorney.
It's still within the 30 days, though, right, Amy?
Yes, yes.
It's still within the 30 days.
Yeah.
So it's still, I mean, we're not doing anything to you.
For the extra 5 days, they said that they want to come and get me. If they don't come and get me by what, November 4th, do y'all release me?
What's the date?
Her very last reset date is November 18th. So we have her next reset to be November 6th.
Have you spoken to North Carolina?
Yes, and they are scheduled for November 5th.
So they've spoken to North Carolina. North Carolina is still interested in you, and they're indicating that they're going to come get you. So I don't know who your mom talked to, but they're talking to the sheriff's office and the DA over there, and they've indicated.
Can you tell me why it's on the 18th and my day started on the 16th? I signed with you on the 16th. Can you tell me that, please? I signed on the 16th, sir.
So the 16th was the original waiver.
Yeah.
That was the 14 days, but then we had to get an extension, which is why we entered it.
So it's 5 days from the 14th. That's what it is. No. Remember, it's a 30-day window that they have to come get you, not the
Signed
14th.
on the 16th. I didn't go to court on the 18th. I signed on the 16th. That's what I'm not understanding. I got the papers.
Okay. I mean, it's still within the 30 days. Okay. So they have up to 30 days. Sometimes they need a little bit more time. As long as it's within the 30 days, it's fine. It's not an issue. But they have up to 30 days to come get you.
What you mean by another?
So I don't know what the actual day that they're gonna come. I have no idea. So I'm not gonna commit to an answer for you because I just don't know what day they're actually gonna come. It's just that they have 30 days to come get you and that's what's gonna happen.
Talk to the prosecutor.
Don't talk to her.
So if November 5th, they don't come and get me, then what? I gotta come back to court or what? That's what I wanna know. I'm not
Yeah,
understanding.
they have until the 16th of the following month. Theoretically, they have the 30 days to come get you. Now, we try to get them to come quicker, but sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It depends on how many other people in other jurisdiction, other state that they have to come get. But they try to do everything at one time so they don't continue because every time they come pick you up, it's $3,000 there, $4,000 there. So they try to do everything at one time to maximize spending. So they're not wasteful. When you get on probation, fulfill your probation. Because when you don't, and when you end up with these violations, this is what happens.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Right now, come on this way.
Wow, passive aggressive. Ay, ay, ay.
Thank you, Judge. Can I be
Thanks,
excused?
Anna. Of course.
Judge, approaching on Bryant Thomas, he is here this morning.
Okay.
He did have a doctor's appointment yesterday morning. He sent me the confirmation for that.
I'm okay. I'm happy that he's here now.
Okay.
But we need to figure out where we're.
Yes, sir. So he wants to take the plea. It's a jail time. The only issue is that he does have to go to the doctor 3 times a week.
Okay, we're gonna we need to do it today, and then I can give him a return-in date.
He only needs to the beginning of the month to do a turn.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, let's do it today.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William James for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone. County Henderson for Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody, but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there, has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just so that a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working on.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior acts, prior bad acts, prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first motion.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay, response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916 Southern 2nd 750 at point 760 through 761.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive the overt act on the part of Jorge Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat? And to some degree, you have to understand the history of Jorge Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when Jorge Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will react to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication coupled with his overt act created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain Jorge Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by Jorge Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening. And that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But she's tired of being beat on. And so that all ties into her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video is because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. What the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. We've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that, you pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you, I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kraynick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified, Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question. She had consultations and evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not reported. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment, but it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath today. She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine and I know what happens when he gets it and everything that follows from that, those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, etc., as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction 3.6F identifies it being an objective standard. And the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
We cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct? You understand?
Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else, State?
No faith.
Defense, anything else, sir? All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
I don't know why. I don't know why I'm typing. I've been sitting here. I've been sitting here watching and typing and doing something else at the same time. I could have just spoken. I know I'm an idiot. I haven't even left the seat. I wanted to do a heap of stuff and yeah, haven't even moved my ass off the seat. I hope I don't need to go and have a twinkle whilst this is going on. Now, can everyone hear properly?
State, you
Loud
recognize our
enough?
jury.
Yep.
Yeah.
Defense, you recognize our jury. All right, thank you. Y'all can be
This is
seated.
exciting. This is exciting. This is exciting.
Members of the jury, after
What do you
seated
reckon
and
is gonna
comfortable,
say?
you could raise your hands to
What do you
confirm
reckon?
that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that,
No, nothing.
state has
Nothing.
rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
Sarah Boone.
Call Sarah
Sarah
Boone.
Boone.
Raise your right
right hand, please sworn. Please do swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
Oh, there
Could
was
you spell your name?
SARAH.
there was just before lunch the
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
prosecution cracked the shit.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
Born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old.
Prosecution didn't want them to look at the evidence.
And from that time,
Go
y'all
down,
moved,
crack the
you and
shit.
your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay.
10,
So all
10,
moved
7,
down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior.
He wasn't there.
And then
He left.
my mother
It was after he left.
away a few years
On their
after
lunch
that,
break.
and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
You didn't ask
So
me
you
that.
worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury
I don't know,
when
no.
you said you and Brian Boone
Never got
dated for a
addressed.
while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury
Probably
when y'all
not.
were married?
The year?
Yeah.
You
remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be, I would.
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can.
Mhm.
Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Once
Okay.
tell a
Well,
story.
Just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay, after you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh.
Gosh.
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be.
All right. Pause. Ha ha. So far. So what happened was when they went for the early lunch, and the defense attorney was going to work with the suitcase with Sarah. The prosecution had really objected to this for ages. They didn't want them to do it. And so when the judge left, apparently the prosecutor grabbed the box that had the suitcase in it and dumped it upside down, literally on the ground, and said, here's your evidence. That's what the outburst was. Judge had left the room, but people in the courtroom had seen it and called it in and reported it. So
14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
he's got to elicit this.
So you and
overt
Brian
act first.
were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
Right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet Jorge Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met Jorge Torres?
At a bar.
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband.
She had an
And I
affair.
decided to go one day for a walk across the street, and
go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house
Mhm.
and a change of scenery.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home,
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park.
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No,
Who lives in the marital home?
no one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes,
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And
Love bombing.
1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny.
Really?
He was smart, and
And I suppose he thought she was
would
she
show
was all
up
right
in
too, so,
workout clothes and disheveled hair. And I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that
Not a
he
red
and I
flag.
could compare notes on.
So
He's a keeper.
eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place? Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian?
Yes.
And then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
47, 48.
I don't know who they are.
Court,
Bit
apartment
of
3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay.
But it's wrong.
So you
Whoever
got
they
that
are.
apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
For the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple. At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So
Getting there.
again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years, is that fair?
Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me yes a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right, so tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury
Here it
that
comes.
whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
Ah, you were right, Elizabeth. Sidebar. Come on. That wasn't leading. Yeah. Well, you know, you got to make the most of your time in the spotlight. She's been waiting for a long time for this. hmm Now we know where she gets her artistic talents from because she's had lots of practice, you know, doing arts and crafts and stuff at home, and you know, puzzles, and hide and seeks. So, you know, that's why she didn't get bond, because it's flight risk. She's too good at it, hide and seek.
Objection's overruled for now.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
No.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning, what y'all did that morning, what you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So you would have gotten up, y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just
You do the dishes
general
as you go?
run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did
two
you
of you
have your
there.
son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
So you would have been responsible to pick him up, and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Responsible.
You wanted to have the house
Sarah
nice and
Boone.
clean. How many bedrooms are in the home?
Best two words in the same sentence.
And you and George had one bedroom? And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
Kind of.
Yes.
Elizabeth, but
So at some point, y'all
following the
finished
narrative.
your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
Yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, you know, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day. So we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now,
Well, that's
you were here in
at
court
least
when
3.5 liters of
state-
wine.
the state played the video of you two
Yeah.
and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine.
Yes.
Is that what you're
So she
referring
doesn't
to
go off on a
here with the
tangent.
jury right now?
Yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
My car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Nah.
It's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes.
I know at
That's right, yeah.
sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking.
I'm not
distance. Can you tell the
not
jury about that?
monetized. I got nothing to lose.
Yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
And I can always delete them.
Y'all went
after
over to get
using
that
them.
bottle of wine around noonish. And how did y'all you took your car?
Yes.
Did George have a vehicle?
We did not.
Then if they get
And,
audited, then
how did you
yeah.
pay for the wine?
With my debit card.
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Or did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2.
She's
And,
trying to
just
sound very
What are
professional.
their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what?
He's trying to
what's the breed?
humanize her.
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tef is deaf.
What?
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
Let the dogs
Is there a
out.
place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it
No,
fair to say y'all
you-
don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job and
Sounds
just
like you're
kind
looking
of,
real hard.
I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable. And at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay, so y'all came in and then, did y'all do anything else before he left again?
Puzzles,
Y'all doing anything? I
crayons,
know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At
crosswords.
some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes, after, I believe it was after we had, it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His two daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right, does he have any more
He was
children?
only 42.
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
How can you have a 30-year-old daughter?
Part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood.
We're having fun.
The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did. It was just for a moment.
All right, and whose phone y'all using?
My phone.
All right. And is that
Communal
common
phone,
for y'all
remember
to
that?
use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either
George
be
said he
lost
didn't have a phone?
or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And
I suppose
you
5
took a lot
years
of
ago.
Photographs that were on that
Would have
phone?
been 17.
Yes.
Videotapes?
Yes.
Text messages?
Yes.
Phone call?
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well?
Yes.
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
Mhm.
Yes.
So they can't
So
prove who
y'all
sent those text messages.
called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
All right, now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay,
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Are they close by?
As far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes.
They live here as well?
Yes.
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be, get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? Do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing? And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
right.
And you saw the Publix video of that.
Yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the wine, the second bottle with him?
Yes.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought, to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was finished, or was?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right. After the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child.
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and
We
George's
saw your
work?
attorney.
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home. And then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So
Why weren't they
just let loose
job
and just let it
searching
go
on the internet?
And we would just paint and paint and drink, yes, and listening to music sometimes, and yes.
Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh yes, my dogs follow me everywhere. Yes,
Was there some dancing going on with the dog?
yes.
That's
After
because
we had
you
completed
don't
the
have a
puzzle
shower and you stink.
and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And
What was the
it's getting
song?
pretty late
Come on, someone
in the
come up with
evening.
the song they were listening to.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment, but I remember sitting
the
at
dog
the
dance
end
was
of the
there.
couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we gonna do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
You think?
Yes.
All right. And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of you.
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that y'all, would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I
Just
guess
gotta be in
knew that I
control.
couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I
God.
ran up the
Really?
stairs and hid into
You're it.
our shower, just waiting for him to find me. So
Behind the
it's gonna
glass, you can't see
hopefully
me.
soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding.
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes,
Did you wait?
yes, for quite some time.
All right, then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to
Wrapping it up
find
in
where
crime
he
scene tape?
was.
And what, I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could, to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And
Yeah, you wanted to get it on. Like
I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and
Well, it's
I
donated
understand
down.
y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
Donated
How long did y'all
to
keep it upstairs?
evidence.
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there?
Orange
you kept it
County.
in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime early?
No, it was
Can't touch me. Can't touch
maybe a
me.
week or so prior.
And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you're gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there.
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
No.
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And
Well, he was.
I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height.
How
And
tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did
100 pounds.
George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree?
BS.
lost some weight?
You
I've
weighed
been
more than him.
incarcerated, yes.
Well, At the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So, from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right, so because of his thinness, is that
Suitcase
how,
is it.
and he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay, so he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay, when you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right, tell us what happened.
I want to play Tiggy.
I mean, it just kind of, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right, so what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had gotten in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it, but you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
yes.
And what was he
www.
saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
If a
Thought it
problem
was
comes
funny.
along, you must
You
zip.
both laughing.
Yes.
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels, and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
Did I miss something?
Well, the suitcase had, for me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over. So the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around, and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the gist in it, for him to understand that right now I feel safe, and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And
Here it
you were
comes.
Intoxicated.
Here it comes.
And you would agree that you said some things you should not have.
Yes,
But you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
at that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes,
You heard it here today, did you not?
yes,
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
yes,
That was his voice on the video and audio.
yes,
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
yes,
That was your voice.
yes,
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
correct,
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
correct,
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember videotaping?
I do not.
So from what you can tell from watching it, Did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
Hmm. I used to hide in the dryer when I played hide and seek with my daughters and stepkids. The first time I hid in the dryer, the kids looked everywhere for me like an hour and a half, and they all gave up. My cats used to sleep in the dryer. Well, one of them did. All right, so she's setting the stage saying that she feels safe enough to speak to him because he's restrained to an extent, and she had enough alcohol to give her the gumption to do it. The places I've found some of these cats, I tell you. I'm sitting here, all nice and innocent. Mm-hmm. Yep, yep. Now I've got that song in my head. When a problem comes along, you must zip it. Reminds me of Mini Me. Oh. High five.
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well,
Coached
I
much.
understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which is approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video. It was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay. Go ahead, tell.
And it just got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase
Yes.
and shook it.
Yes.
This is before the
Did
video.
that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
When you got the baseball bat out.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
There's the overt act.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was.
This is before the video.
It's the dining room table, right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in, to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here, and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it. Yes.
you grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes.
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
Correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
If he could get his hand out, then he could have pushed the zip open, like just the force of his arm.
You made those
surely.
injuries.
I did.
We've seen the photographs.
Yes.
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
Yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes. Finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in
Remember,
relation?
they only have to create reasonable doubt. That's it.
Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase.
Yeah, now he can't
So-
breathe.
I felt safe enough to turn it back over it wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, Sarah,
yes.
had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it?
Mm.
And they meet
This is where
various
I
places along the line.
don't believe.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't.
Why would you go to all that length to push his hand back inside the suitcase because you thought he was able to get out? She zipped it back up tighter so his hand couldn't get out right there. Right there. Because she knew if he got out, he would beat the shit out of her. If she's that freaking scared, she would have made sure he couldn't get out. That's where she's going to undo herself.
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No.
Either that or he
Did you
was.
believe that he could breathe in there?
Yes.
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
No. At all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
No, but you didn't want him out either.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did.
Jagged.
Yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
That's a peace and quiet.
Terrified is more of the word.
As
Well,
long
why
as
did
he
you
was in the
think he
suitcase,
took
he
it out?
couldn't harm you.
Correct.
That doesn't make sense.
When he's
If you thought there was a chance he could get out, you would not go up and go to sleep.
Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
She wouldn't have left it
I know at some
open
point
enough
you called your husband
for him to get
Brian
his hand out
Dark.
again.
I did.
No way.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Miss Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
But he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That
There's your overt act.
he was going to
Now there'll be a
yes,
sidebar.
try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what the threat you heard was
He's going to
say,
Fucking
say
end
the
me.
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
One more.
Yes, sir.
They'll want to confer now because He'll want to
Judge Williams,
find out.
Yes.
There we go. He'll want to find out if that's enough to establish an overt act, and if he can now introduce the rest of that. I fucking knew it. Hang on, I'm just setting up to record. But Sarah's BS. There is no way. Sorry, hang on. 5, 18, 38. I'm sitting on the fence. I think there's elements of that I believe, but I don't believe for a second that she did not. If she got the bat out to get that hand back into the suitcase, that she left that open. There is no way. If she went to that extent to get his hand back in to stop him from getting out, he's
All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, now they'll be arguing that if they established it. I still don't believe that there was an initial intent. I think maybe opportunity. Intoxication.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs.
They've got to define now if that's enough evidence to support this overt act that was to trigger her. That's when, if the judge rules that there was an overt act to trigger this extreme emotional response, then he will allow the battered wife syndrome defense to come in. Otherwise, no. And that's what they're arguing now. She had to prove and testify about this overt act.
And before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving around, everybody's laughing, it's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch,
disinhibited,
opens up her phone device, and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises.
Ecchymosis is
She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act, and therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroverted that Jorge Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing.
A baseball bat to each other.
And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship.
You notice his tone has changed.
A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes, we got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats. He got his hand out of the suitcase.
He's brilliant. He's brilliant.
She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up when she realized he was not going to do that any further.
No one's going to argue with her.
Right side
No
up.
one to.
She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out,
You're apologizing to me, Elizabeth? Who's the one that's made these suitcase videos and stupid songs? Like, you don't have to apologize for that. I would let the defense put on their theory of the case if they want to keep it airtight. Yeah. Yep. Yes, absolutely. The cruder the better. But yeah. Did I or did I not predict it?
she would be harmed.
Yes.
He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her using the word, I'm gonna fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she
Hang
would have
on.
let him out, and this is a crime, now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him.
Have
That
you
one,
heard?
before she went upstairs.
Have you heard any of this testimony?
No.
All right, they've just gotten to the point where she's said that they argued, obviously.
Okay.
While she was in the suitcase, he told her he was going to fucking end her. And then she got the bat out and pushed his hand back in to the suitcase, and
She
now they're
pushed his hand
arguing
back in?
over. Yeah, with the bat.
I haven't seen the video in so long. I forgot about that. Okay.
Yeah, so they have to establish this overt act to bring in the battered wife syndrome defense, and this is what they're arguing over, whether that testimony that she's just given about her being in fear of him getting out and hurting her is enough. That's what they're arguing with the judge. If the judge agrees, they can bring in all the DV stuff and go with the battered spouse defense. If not, I think they're fucked.
Okay. Okay.
And that's a technical term.
Now it's a legal term.
To act,
Mhm.
failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have
hit the pinata.
We need to
created a
rename the
situation
pinata.
that she believed
I have to think of another
was
name for it.
imminent
now.
bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's
That's right.
say that a police officer is called to a scene, and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect, and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver, and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect, and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think.
The officer is not
Similar
drunk.
to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink, and another group has had something to drink, and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated, and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the
I agree with
thing,
you.
but this other individual, maybe
Yeah,
he's
but
had too much.
don't forget how pissed she was too. Her decision. I'm not defending her, but her decision-making skills. There wasn't any.
And it's not always easy to walk away when you're in that situation.
And you've got to remember, I do believe that she was a victim of domestic violence, and I think she was a perpetrator of it as well. They both were.
I was going to say, I think they both were. I think it was a give and take.
Yes. But you've got to understand how that works in a mind where you've been a victim of domestic violence. You've got to put yourself in that spot, because I know it's hard to
But you put
explain
your
that without having to feel it.
little
Yeah.
thing in your brain that says this is too far, this is going too far.
Yes.
Unless you're like blackout drunk, which I don't think I've ever
She
been.
was just about blackout drunk. She was, because remember, it took the ex-husband how many phone calls to try and wake her up, and he said that was a common occurrence for her. And just her speech, you can tell how blind she was with her speech.
Oh, so she's an alcoholic?
Yeah.
Or was?
Yeah,
Okay.
both were. But that also gets tied into it, that the prevalence of alcohol abuse and battered wife syndrome is, I've got it all here. I just haven't brought it up, but yeah, it's all tied in together. That the umbrella is huge. I have been. Well, I'm sorry for that. Buddha hair. It's fucking shit, isn't it?
Yeah, same.
Yep. Yep. But mine was more psychological, which is more Ashley Benefield type-ish, not physical.
That can be worse.
I think, yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Let's
There
go
is a
say
point
something.
where I believe there's a point to where I believe her, but she said that he got his hand out, like his hand out of the suitcase like that, and that's
She
when
may have
she got
panicked.
that to put it back in because she was in fear of her life. Now, he apparently retracted his arm back into the suitcase. Now, you tell me if she's in fear of her life, that she didn't zip that motherfucker up to make sure he couldn't get his hand out again. That's where I think she's fucked.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Dum, dum, dum.
Oh, fuck. That's fucked.
She punched, kicked her glass at me. Yeah, my ex-husband would put light bulbs down where I would get up in the morning, and so I would step on them, things like that.
Oh, you fucker.
Yeah.
And it's a testament to you, Udhef. More power to you, darling. More power to you. No, mine was all mind shit. It's just
And
anyway.
financial
Wants to
abuse.
drink and he's more
Some of
aggressive.
it when I went
So
to-
you go around behind this
It was
individual,
just as I was
and
diagnosed with
before he's
arthritis.
able to strike your buddy, you grab him, you lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him.
How's this
Physical
lawyer?
restraint
Good.
to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand
But
inside.
Udhef, right. She could have rung the police then and there.
Thank you. Court's going to re-review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with a oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And you deserve it. Yeah, no, there's no way. There's no way if she thought that she was in any danger and she was that hypersensitive that she would have made sure that he couldn't get out so that she could go upstairs and relax. Otherwise, there's no way she would have been able to have done that. That's where she's lost it for me. And as they say, intent can be 5 hours and it can be 1 second. Yeah. That's why I love you guys. Everyone's here for everybody. That's good. I'll show you this. I was going through this before, but there is on here, I'm sure I put because there's phases to it, like there's a cycle. Where is it? Maybe it's this one. Strong interference. That see, this has got case law in it too. State versus Peterson in 2004. Was where a couple and the husband would say to her that he was going to kill her constantly, and she shot him while he was watching TV. And they got her. She was convicted, but it went to appeals, and even though he wasn't assaulting or threatening her at the time when she shot him, the court found that the chronic nature of this abuse, as well as her statements, that that he would not kill her when she shot him supported a strong inference that the defendant was in fear of imminent harm. The appellate court affirmed a decision to grant post-conviction relief to the defendant, ordering a new trial, partly due to the defence counsel's failure to introduce battered wife syndrome evidence. And there's two parts to it. There's a self-defense element and there's a duress element. And where's the previous one? It's a cycle. So it goes from attention, not attention as in pay attention, tension as in tightening tension, tension building phase, then acute battering phase, and then a reconciliation phase. So they've got that complete cycle. And in her mind, she can see that building up, and then she was trying to prevent the second phase. That makes sense. But in doing so, I reckon she's closed that suitcase even further. But yeah, so what is the definition of domestic abuse? Domestic abuse is about controlling someone's mind. Well, she did a lot of the control, as far as I'm concerned. Can leave you scared and confused. Can be hard. Yeah. Okay, battered wife syndrome as a defense. The concept of battered wife syndrome has evolved from its inception in the late 70s. Initially, it was conceptualized as learned helplessness, a condition used to explain a victim's inability to protect herself against the batterer's violence that developed following repeated but failed efforts to do so. Walker, 1977-78. Another early formulation of battered wife syndrome referred to the cycle of violence, a theory that describes the dynamics of the batterer's behavior. The cycle of violence theory can be used to explain how battered victims are drawn back into the relationship when the abuser is contrite and attentive following the violence. More recently, battered women's syndrome has been defined as PTSD, a psychological condition that results from exposure to severe trauma, among other things. Explains why a battered victim may react because of flashbacks and other intrusive experiences. That's what I reckon she had when he was in the suitcase. She's having this intrusive experience because she's reciting back to him. That's when you choke. What happens when you choke me? That's what, for all the things you've done to me. That's the mind state she's in. Does that make sense? Where is it? There's a flashback. Resulting from prior victimizations to a new situation that is dangerous even when it may be not. In the courtroom, expert testimony concerning domestic violence can be offered for various purposes. One, to show that a defendant is a battered woman. Two, to explain a battered woman's state of mind. Three, to generally support a claim, e.g. when a battered victim is suing a batterer for damages. Or the validity of a particular defense, i.e. whether a battered victim is the defendant. Or four, to explain a battered woman's conduct. Five, to explain a battered or damaged or the validity of a particular defense, i.e. when a battered victim is the defendant. Four, to explain the conduct. Five, to explain a battered woman's recantation or resistance to prosecution. 6, to bolster a battered woman's credibility. Or 7, to explain the existence of mitigating factors, i.e. for purposes of sentencing when a battered woman has been found, clicked the button accidentally, found guilty in a criminal trial. Parish, 1996. Statutes and case law vary from state to state and across federal jurisdictions. In some, this testimony is referred to as battered woman syndrome. The critique that follows derives from the view that syndrome language generally and battered women syndrome more specifically is inadequate to the task of describing battered women's experiences, whether to purposes of expert testimony. Sorry, the writing's really, really small. All right, the critique. There has been a great deal of progress in the admissibility of expert testimony in criminal cases involving battered victims under the rubric of battered women syndrome. However, in domestic violence cases, the courts have focused on a syndrome model to the exclusion of other research that, though less legally convenient, more accurately depicts the social and psychological consequences of domestic violence. Schuller and Hastings. There are a number of concerns that suggest the need for a reformation of the model. 5 such points are described below. Oh, Christ. This is way too... Fuck, it's 5:45 in the morning. Oh, did that. What did I miss?
Identification, defense identification, composite L,
Yeah.
2 photographs of a burn to her leg.
You said that was L, correct?
Yes.
Again, assuming proper testimony, that the decedent was responsible for that in a criminal manner and paradigm
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I mean. Opportunistic, I think.
Okay.
Defense exhibit M, for
Oh, he's
identification.
going through the exhibits.
2 photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch.
Ah.
Sarah's on the back porch with her 2 dogs.
We might be considering it.
The next photograph is a picture of one of her dogs on one of the outdoor couches.
That's right. There's claims that
Relevance is that
he was violent to the dogs as well.
the dogs
Hmm?
with harm if she didn't comply with his directives, and he actually harmed the dogs, kicked the dogs as a threat to her. So in order to do what he wanted, he used the dogs. She was in fear for their safety, so she will testify about this threat.
Relevancy objection is overruled.
I think he's letting them in.
Identification, defense identification number N, or letter N, 1 photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows
You realize
that
also
one of the allegations by the state is that
maybe she thought it.
the defendant.
Okay, no
Yeah.
objection.
Or maybe she thought I'll just let him calm down for a bit. I don't know, and then passed out. But it could be a bazillion excuses. But at the end of the day, a man's dead.
Where he took a bat to TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O?
I think he will too.
This is still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation's established. Thank you.
We also intend to introduce the video. There's a short video.
I think
on
he's
the
gonna
site.
let it.
Okay. No objection so long as foundation is established.
Fuck me.
P, identification, defense identification P is 2 photographs of an incident in which.
No objection, as long as foundation's laid, is that correct?
All right, no objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
Now, these next ones are.
Ironic. I absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Yep. But there's no physical stuff. And in my opinion, the 2 prosecutors were biased against her because it's their job to present the evidence as facts, like factual evidence, not to manipulate it and make it out like they manipulated it and made it personal and made it and twisted it. Do you know what I mean? Like it was almost bullyish. instead of just presenting the facts and letting the jury decide, like presenting the evidence with an unbiased attitude, I think they were really biased. And I thought that her sentencing hearing was today, but she had a motions hearing yesterday. I'm sure I put it in my diary because I was trying to juggle how to work out to do both, as I do. Where is it? Today, 23rd. Yeah, Ashley Benefield sentencing hearing, Tuesday the 22nd. But I couldn't see anything on any of the feeds, so I don't know. I'll look for it once this is finished. Maybe she wasn't intending on or meant to cause it. Yes. I think if she
You are to cue,
intended
no
to
objections,
do
so long as the appropriate foundation
yes.
is laid.
And at the end of the day,
No objections on
if she had intended to do
Objection
this,
to R, so
in
long as foundation is
first
laid.
degree, she had to just show
same for S.
premeditation. Yeah, there's so many far easier ways to unalive someone than this elaborate BS. Yeah, surely she's not that creative. And yeah, there is a lot of different scenarios, and there is a lot of her story that is plausible, but I don't believe for a second that she did not zip that fucking zipper back up. She may have thought, I'll zip it up, let him calm down, and when he calms down, I'll let him out, and passed out. Maybe they postponed his sentence because they knew they wouldn't get as many views. Yeah, maybe. But there was a motions hearing yesterday for her, which I haven't had a chance to watch because I've been too busy doing this. I've saved it, but I will get to it. But she did say they were, yeah, and that's part of the cycle. It goes in that the build-up phase, then the battering phase, and then they do the love bombing reconciliation, and she feels all good again, and everything's great, and then it starts again. And the alcohol would only perpetuate that. But I believe Ashley Benefield 100% acted in self-defense. 100%. This one, smarmy.
I believe so. I mean, I know the clerk probably doesn't want the blow up, but
If it's
it's going to be easier to handle the clerk to handle the 8.5 by 11.
If it's,
I think
I'll allow you to
yeah,
use
if
it for
he's-
demonstrative
if he's
purposes,
going
but I'm
through
not going
all
to accept
these
it in evidence as it is
exhibit,
duplicative of what's already in
he's
evidence
gonna
as
allow it,
X,
isn't he?
defense pre-marked X.
And then,
That must
identification
be
C.
not happy.
That was it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase. Okay, for the same reasons, you can
What is
utilize it for
louder?
demonstrative purposes, but it's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence.
Apparently they can
Presumably.
describe down there.
D, identification.
I do like this judge though.
Same thing, it's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital.
Any disagreement that it's included in your pre-marked?
I agree.
All right.
Then same ruling. It is duplicative. You can
Thomas
utilize it for
Dunn for
demonstrative purposes.
Strawberries, mango, and yogurt. Hello,
Is it
Jody.
included, sir, in K through Y?
Yes.
Then for the same reasons it's
Breakfast.
duplicative, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes only.
F for identification.
So is it 10
It's
to
included in your submittals?
Yes.
All right, same ruling. It's duplicative. You can utilize it for
now, yeah.
demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
10 to 6 a.m. here?
Identification G.
I don't know.
Is it
her
included in your
question.
submittals, sir?
Yes.
All right, for
You
the
just
same
put
reasons, I
it
find
out.
it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes,
She's
but
just
not
had some
seeking it into
surgery and she's
evidence.
had a friend
H.
had some serious surgery yesterday, so
Same ruling. You can use it for
I wanna
demonstrative
go into
purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by virtue of it being duplicative.
yeah.
Identification I.
hmm
Any disagreement with that, sir?
You can just
Same ruling. If my court finds it's duplicative,
disappear.
you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk.
Mm-mm.
Hang on, is that the house?
It's either Delta
I
or B.
realized why.
I think that's Bravo. It's at the defendant on the porch with the two dogs. That was
I
pre-marked
said,
before
I
trial.
think the 7-hour mark, I had to go and lay down last night and do the audio from my bed.
It was,
I think that's when you popped
as
on.
defense
Peter, huh?
counsel, relevancy objection is
Yeah, my back
overruled.
was killing me,
but I'm
and I
not
couldn't
gonna
work
allow
out.
the enlargement
Obviously,
as it's duplicative.
being in that
as
one
the NEO photo
position
is in
for that
evidence,
long
but you can use it for
aggravates it. But
demonstrative purposes.
with arthritis, it's barometric pressure that really affects me.
However you see fit, sir.
And we went from
I can't speak to that. I don't know that anybody today
low
has utilized it.
90s Fahrenheit
But that's not connected to the overhead. That's separate
to
and apart from the overhead.
about 50 overnight. That's why. Yeah, it is.
Nothing else through Sarah. There may be some body cam footage.
5:53 a.m.
We've got two deputies out there.
You hear that?
Okay.
And my kitty cat.
Any other exhibits with
My little
regard
boy.
to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens? State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand. All right. Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir? Sure.
How much more have they got to yeah, I suppose, yeah. Yeah, the testimony could go for hours. By the sounds of it, they're allowing it. Thank you. I will. It was actually way better lying down with my phone.
Okay. If we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand.
Audio.
Once she is seated, we can bring back in our panel.
I could do video, but nobody wants to see that. Coming down to the 30s here. Yeah, yeah. It's just a massive drop, like between 50 to 90. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
I've had my painkillers. Might make a coffee in a minute though. I can't miss this shit though. There's no way.
Jury entering.
So, you think the judge has ruled that they're going to accept the battered wife syndrome defense? Will he announce that or not? Will he just let them
State,
proceed?
you recognize our jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense, you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury, again, you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Boone? So I think we left off. You had called your
She
ex-husband.
called 911.
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay.
What? She rang him before.
Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes,
Did you sleep in?
not intentionally.
Okay. But
How many times
you
you
didn't
say
get
that
up
in
at
the
8
video?
o'clock, did you?
No,
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No,
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No,
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband
And why would he be calling?
Because you had to have your son.
to make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
And he knew how unreliable she was.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
Or tell the jury
But
what
she said her
happened.
phone was downstairs.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly.
She said her phone was
I
downstairs.
didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth.
Oh, bullshit.
So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs. And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
Did you check to see if where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop?
Correct.
And the TV was not working at this time?
I'm sure she said in her police interview that the phone was downstairs.
So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car.
What,
I
did you
checked
step over the
bathroom, and
suitcase
when
on
I
your
was
way?
checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remember about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase
Let me
and
stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase or coming out of the bathroom?
know where our bathroom is. I would have to go to the bathroom here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it to the jury.
Shock and horror.
I was aghast, and
A gasp. I was a gasp.
I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree.
A judge says bless you every time.
I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering.
Really? You had 5 years to
was
think
so
of enough adjectives.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the I immediately unzipped the suitcase and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out and I stretched him out flat. And then I began instantly
Reminiscent.
trying to do
Jen, George.
do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything. And
This purple lady.
just screaming his
Yeah.
name over and over and over again. And come on, George. And I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling.
What's missing here? Maybe a bit of emotion? Remorse? Even a little bit of sadness? Just a little bit. You're reliving a horrific experience. You think we get a little bit? No.
And
Even anxious.
What color was he?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
That's a fake
At
sad.
some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes,
I really
when
need to look
he
sad.
started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk.
There's your excuse for bringing the ex-husband before 911. You got it all tied down, lady, haven't you? Hey?
Or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm
Yeah.
doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes,
Did he walk in?
yes,
Did he walk out?
yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul. He and I would always.
Oh,
I
bleh.
don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have.
Did you have
It's
that
because we had great makeup sex after it. That's what it was.
connection with your ex-husband?
You pulled my hair.
Was it even close?
Have you
George
been
has some good
practicing that in the
traits,
mirror?
doesn't
Very much.
he? Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home
Trying to
and
work.
just have a life, a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement. At one point, it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right. And
Yeah. I do
you
believe
said
I'll
you
back
have
the
an alcohol
vote, so.
problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern.
Did she not just describe the cycle, like textbook? Textbook description of battered wife syndrome. The build-up, the battering, and the reconciliation right there. Now you're starting to piss me off.
As it relates to drinking, and then
Approach.
Oh, I think I've got an L. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we just get to see her do this. Oh, I had quite a few L's. That'll teach me for pausing and talking bullshit.
you were together 3.5 years.
Yes.
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Well, they've allowed it.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
Mhm. You think you can change them, Teresa?
I'm going to show you.
Make excuses for them. You minimize it.
Identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Are those 2 pictures of your body?
Yes.
Did they show injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of Jorge Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
You don't remember a specific date?
I don't.
But you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that he? What's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his.
Sustained.
Do you know what happened to? Did George cause these injuries?
Yes.
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I know how to do this.
Mr. Owens, may I get your packet just in order, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind?
She
Thank you.
she was really irresponsible and unpredictable. That's why the ex-husband would call multiple times, because she would never be
Yes, sir.
reliable.
You may do
You
so.
rely on her to be there to pick up the son and all sorts of stuff. And that was all revolved around the alcohol abuse.
This is nice, Judge.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top.
There's
that
a
you can use.
possibility that George maybe wasn't abusive while the son was there, perhaps. But the ex definitely knew about it, and he let the son go there too. So
Ms. Boone, is that you?
Yes.
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes.
Were they caused by George Torres?
Yes.
And during the same incident, is this you?
Yes.
this cross-examination is going to be wicked.
Is that an injury or bruise to your ribcage area
Yes.
and your arm?
Yes.
I'll show you identification, defense identification Q, see if you recognize that photograph.
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off of the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 3. You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Let's show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse? That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder, and he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Judge, I'd like to offer this to the evidence.
Okay.
What was it pre-marked as, counsel?
Just like S, but not accordingly.
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Boone, what the jury say, is this the picture you were referring to? Is that the nail, or is it on, still on?
I believe so, yes.
I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
We'd like to offer identification L in evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5. Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It
Okay.
was
Is
extremely
this-
painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
It's extremely painful.
Is that your thigh
Oh my God, yes.
and your knee?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you composite exhibit for identification K, 4 photographs. Did you look at those all 4 before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, you know, I'm having to encourage him.
My dad still is.
To eat, you know, if you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, excuse me, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels. And I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs, and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And
What? No one ever said that to you, Edhef? No? Well, one way to mash them. Today's dirty utensils. No, it was fuck you on the steak. I want to fuck you on the steak. Any piece of meat will do.
I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror, and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel.
I must say, one of the funniest things I've ever been said to me, and it was a quote from a movie. I can't remember what it was, but the timing was perfect and the scenario was perfect, and and I just lost it. You got a pretty mouth. That would have to be the funniest thing that anyone's ever said. You got a pretty mouth. Now name the movie, because I can't remember it.
With blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble. I'm telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally
Silly sword fighting,
punctured my leg.
silly
And from
zipping,
there,
just mucking about. Silly
originally,
insulting
he
cousin
told me to
sisters.
drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and
You silly, you stupid.
so he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk, being silly. Yes.
Yeah.
You get treated there.
Yes. I
Yes,
was
silly.
bloody, and
Tag you're it.
I'll show you these.
Never didn't play pin the tail on the
Is this a
donkey.
fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officer?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this a positive zip.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as defendant 6.
And what was inside? We have to come up with a name for a pinata.
You may publish, sir.
Thank you.
A Jorge pinata.
Is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
Is this the stab wound to your leg?
Yes. My foot.
Is this a close-up of the stab wound?
Ow.
And was that, did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the
Got
surgery.
ankles.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
Judge, could you step down and show the video?
Mr. J, you may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't know how best to do this, Judge.
Now let's go for the sympathy. Let's show us, guys.
Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an indentation. All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you've got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But
he-
y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
Sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and
He hops in a
grabs
cup.
me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where he, from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection. It's Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission vote.
You may, sir.
All right, you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip,
Yes.
as you described?
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you what has been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You for identification.
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt. And gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise, I guess, my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, you fucking bitch.
Now.
And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously
Did you
blacked
get knocked
out.
out?
I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
A stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
This is, we ask that this be identification you be admitted today. Okay.
What was pre-marked as U will be received without objection is defense 8.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking in the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go to the judge. I'm showing you identification V, defense. Could you recognize that? You have to speak up.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that just like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking? Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce an evidence identification. Okay.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
What?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
All right, I'm showing you identification W. That's identification. You recognize that photograph. What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Multiple times, yes.
Yep.
Well, we're talking about this isolated event.
You can tell she's warmed up to it now. She's getting animated and creative.
Jorge Torres.
You remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him,
There were
it
two
would leave these
No,
bloody
just one.
under
Remember?
the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, I would be drinking.
Identification W in evidence. Okay.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as defense exhibit 10.
Oh, the sun's come up. I
You
still
may,
got
sir.
that fucking song in my head. When a problem comes along, you must zip it.
Sustained.
Tell me, tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
I'm gonna show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another, I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Why?
They were from George taking them, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did.
But I love
Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep.
You will, yes. I reckon that that don't you think the state's going to be all over that shit? She actually was arrested for battery via strangulation. She was charged by George in 2019, and he was charged 3 times in 2018, all from DV pertaining to their relationship. And don't you worry, all that shit will come up. But if the defense is allowed to bring this shit in, then the state will have free reign. For sure. For shiz.
This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior.
It's actually, having read all this stuff on, because I didn't really know much about battered wife syndrome until I started reading up the defense's strategy. But apparently that's not uncommon, that the women do fight back, and it's part of their way of trying to take back control or something like that.
Prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Like identification X introduced in that.
What was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
What I'm showing you. This exhibit. That's you? Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. I mean, but this picture that was taken of the.
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And then started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
This was photographs that were taken, I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was it the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But this wound right here?
Yes, and remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out on February 24th? Okay. I'd like to introduce identification on the evidence.
What was pre-marked as Defense R will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 13.
Judge McAlpine.
Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy of the copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
Can you help him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
I'm showing you defense identification in. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. All right, well, let's see them now.
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions?
Yes.
As a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement sees the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And
Hmm.
tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen. And I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day. Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you were.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break
No.
my face with the bat, that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with
I've-
the bat.
Yo.
And
Yo.
then told me
Some
that
things
he
was
was
kinda on
going
here.
to destroy my fucking television. And then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be again unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs into evidence.
Okay. Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite with 5 photos, that's not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, so these are some stills from the video. This was George that particular day holding the bat.
Yes, telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
The process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping?
Correct.
Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
I'm showing you identification N. If you recognize that.
Mm-hmm.
Can I let it go? In the stairwell?
Yep.
Were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And let's try to introduce this as identification.
No, this is her element now. She was uncomfortable to start with and not
Pre-marked
sure.
as M, correct?
And playing the
N, I apologize.
You know,
Was
but-
pre-marked as N will be received into
Innocent.
evidence without objection as defendants
or
15.
little, but now that they've allowed this shit in, it's a completely different Sarah.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. Got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. And right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
And then most likely in front of the bookshelf at the.
We could make a suitcase pinata and inside it have all these little dicks fall out. Sorry. You tell it. It's silly time now.
It's a baby
That is
gate,
time.
but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
No, darling, they haven't. They've crossed the line. But
Allegation that you
no.
pushed George down the stairs
Apparently.
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
Supposedly.
We're still listening to the bullshit.
Absolutely not.
Might have to go for a bathroom break. So it's been 7 hours since my last twinkle.
No, nor the plant next to it.
Forgive me, Father, for I've sinned. I don't even know if I'm going to get up. My feet are numb. But I'm going to try. I'll be back.
I'm showing you
I can't.
closet, 2 photographs.
I don't want to miss any of it.
Could you look at those 2 and see if you
I
recognize
gotta go. I'll be back.
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George's, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't over here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
And there's 2 dogs. There's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny. She's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere.
Come on.
So
I'm
she would
10
stay
years old,
there
but I'll beat
because
your
she,
ass. Chip, I'm
wasn't
gonna come
familiar
at
with the
you
area,
like a
especially
spider
since she
monkey.
lived on
Like a
Marital
spider
Country,
monkey.
townhouse. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
I'll show them.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
All right, you're gonna have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why was he threatening to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control.
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just.
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and evidence.
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the line dog, and then Tess is down here guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
All right, this is the alcohol y'all are consuming?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Yes. All right, members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue. Yes, sir.
I think one of the jurors raised their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we gonna get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. We'll see you back here at 4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Jury exiting.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. If Ms. Boone needs to use the facilities, we might as well take advantage of that at this time. All right, court will be in recess till 4:20. Thank you.
What did I miss? What did I miss? I've gone into recess. "17 messages I missed. All I did was go to the toilet and make a coffee. All right. Okay, let's go back. Yes, now I've got past the Ryan sucking Ryan's dick. Yes. Yes. Go Tinkle Jody, that's where I'm at. Okay. So we continue talking Dixon Vinyas. And I'm glad you did. I would have expected nothing less. In fact, I would have been disappointed. I'm so glad I got to watch this with like-minded people because it makes it way more fun to take the piss. Nope. Correct. Yes, she's getting too. That'll be her downfall. Her arrogance. She will start to feel like she's in control of the situation and that she's in the spotlight and that everything's perfect and everyone believes her. She'll get way too cocky and that will be her undoing. Yes. I don't know if they're going to do like a demonstrative, use it as a demonstrative aid. Who knows? Yeah, she does. Yep. She excels at everything, remember? Goodness, the judge is cute. Right at the very start of this stream was the last state witness who was the lead investigator. She was cutie. That's who I was. Hottie alert. They go, oh my God, really? We're going till 6 again. Oh. Well, okay. If she's been through that many lawyers, how many men has she been through? Okay. Fuck. Hmm. No, I can't wait. No. 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 I know, I can't miss it. Defense needs a rest, yes. What I might do is what I did yesterday and just I actually just fed the cats as well, so I've they won't annoy me when I go to bed. um yeah, what I might do is go and log into my phone on StreamYard and just do the audio and lay down just to get the pressure off my back, if nothing else, and watch it from the bedroom. Me think 'em? Me think 'em. Hmm. Hmm. Yes, me think 'em. But first, I have to play. Someone said something before about being crude, and I don't know if Elizabeth and Uda have seen my ad. Here we go. Oh, I've got to share it. Present it here. Present video file. Okay, you ready? And go. Hello, and welcome to our Suitcase Mega Sale. We have lots of different various colours available for you to choose from. We even have a replica vintage selection. You can choose inner lining as an optional extra, and they are perfect for travelling. We also have both new and used models in stock, but no returns on the used. They all come in a variety of different shapes and sizes to suit your needs. And you can choose between a hard or a fabric outer surface. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you get a free roll of crime scene tape, but no extra. But only while stocks last. Yep. Yep. That just happened. I'll come at you like a spider monkey. Spider monkey. All right. Let me sort my shit out then. Oh. Something's itching my ear. I've been like clipping videos as it's been going at the same time, so what was the last one? 6:32. Just so that I can make them into like little videos. Either as shorts or reels or something. So I'll probably sit and play with editing. Knowing me. Mm-hmm. All right, I'll take this last one. Ow. And I will log off and go and watch it in the bedroom. Sarah TV. Can't believe they're going till 6 again. I put my daughter normally comes over on a Tuesday, and spends the afternoon with me. And luckily we just spend a couple of hours watching stupid crap on the TV and just have some chill snuggles in my bed. She might be 23, but yes, she still likes her mummy snuggles. So on a Tuesday she comes over and we do that. And I actually texted her yesterday morning and said, "Can you make it tomorrow? Because court ran late, and then I had a guy come out to quote my fence at 10:30, so I didn't get to sleep till like 11:30, and she comes at 1:30, and I just thought, no, it's not going to work. I don't want to be half asleep while she's there. So I said, can we postpone it till today? I think it's going to be the same. Welcome. Pick a suitcase or some prices are right inside. Yes. You like that one? Yep. Yep. Truth or dare. Tag your it. Let's do some puzzles. Let's do some drawing and some crayons, some painting flats and crafts, you know. You know, if they'd spent all that time job searching, if he's at work, he can't drink, and neither can she. But then there are such things as functioning alcoholics. So I've learned. Mm. Mm. I really don't know where I'm at with this now. I really don't. I've got really, really, really mixed feelings. Right up until they allowed the defense to change, you know, to the battered wife. She had me, I think, but this is just acting. What's that again? I've forgotten. Yep. See, even from like across the globe, she's still pissing people off. People are still cursing her. Damn you, Sarah! Let me go to bed. All right, I think that's probably enough. Christ almighty, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 videos. Oops. Get them with the big jobs. All right. I will log on to my mobile. I need to put that on charge, actually. Only problem is that Mandy pops back on. She kicks me out of the studio. And then I have to get back up and connect myself. Okay, what's today? Today's trial link. Oh, Jody, you're an idiot. You seriously? You have your emails on your phone, for which you can access. No, that's Mondays. Mondays. There it is. Enter studio. Oh, there we go. Now I should be able to put myself on stage. Look, I'm on twice. Remove that one. Now, can you still all hear me? I can hear myself typing in my headbands. It's one finger. All right. Oh, looks like the judge is back. Of course. Of course. It's a case of oh, look, the judge got his coffee as well. Yes, yes. But if you order now, you get a free roll of crime scene tape. I wonder if I can connect my headphones Bluetooth to my phone. Ooh, that's getting a bit technical, isn't it?
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Nick Ketchum on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
It won't let me join the chat again.
All right. Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we're going to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
Mm-hmm.
You said about 20s.
All right, we're ready to bring back in our jury.
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
So I've got audio, but I can't do any typing or bring up chat on screen. Sorry. Looks like you're all coming to bed with me.
Jury entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you.
Y'all can be seated.
Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait.
What's happened now? What did they do? Someone's done something wrong.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Uh-oh. One of the jurors done something wrong, or someone's been seen talking to someone else. Fuck, there's got to be something. Always something. She makes those silly mouth faces. Yeah. Where's this
All right, members
hottie
of
you
the
were
jury,
talking about?
again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the last break.
Uh-oh.
Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on the court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear?
He took longer to put them into evidence than he's taken to show the jury.
Identification D. TV. Identification E. Is that your arm?
Mm-mm.
Identification F. Is that your knife wound? Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
She doesn't take a very good picture, does she? Not very photogenic.
Identification H. This is the eye. Identification.
Sarah's the opposite of hot.
Is your face shot?
Yes.
With the lip, the eyebrow. Identification B. And this is the back patio of the dog.
What girl in the pink? What do I keep missing? I just keep looking at Sarah's mouth. Oh, the pink cardigan.
Okay, I'm gonna bounce a little bit. It's been Let me go back to the night
She must be the court reporter, yeah?
earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about telling something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that live next to you,
Yes,
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Thompson. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
yes,
And you heard their testimony earlier this week,
yes,
where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
yes,
Have they got the night wrong?
yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And
Pretty
first
much
got
if you're
me with
drinking,
one hand,
we
and
can
then
assume
both
you would,
got both hands and
if you're
pulled me
breathing, you can assume
completely
you're
off the
drinking.
bed, and then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit.
It would be a lot of fun, Elizabeth.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before.
Correct.
You'll just all have to come on as guest speakers on the podcast. And you do know you're all welcome to come on stage whenever you like. You get sent the link.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police.
Yes.
And other times the police were not called.
Correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018. And that was the incident in which Georgia kicked you in the eye,
Stomped me, yes.
stomped you in the eye. And you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
You recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
You recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes,
And Do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the 2-minute.
All right, can you still hear me?
The suitcase video.
I seem to have connected my headphones to my
You
phone.
mentioned to
Yay.
him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general,
Shut up.
more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call about job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
Why did you stay with him?
As,
You got to tell the jury.
as anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through to serve someone else in a positive light so they can be better people for themselves and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong and love is very deep. And love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much, deeply, and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
Beginning through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around. And he was a man to me. And I felt protected, and he's very nice. And as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So, yes.
During that period of time when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement. But first, I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Copsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day, from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you wake the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? Is it released to Detective Copsell?
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Loman to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were to come to you?
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular, I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows. And I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply kept getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes. You may proceed.
Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police, basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now, let me take you back to the to this incident. Is it fair to say that when Jorge Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate him?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking?
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that heightens, does that heighten your sense of safety?
At all times.
But especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you can say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Ms. Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're
Yes.
using? I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree, where my plan was to show him the next day, and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die, and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
Thank you. That's all.
Any cross-examination?
George know somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Roach. You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing maybe it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree? And when you say half, are we talking about to the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
Right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to public at about 12:15, correct? So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't tell exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the 2 of you consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that they
2.
went in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time? And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what they said.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened,
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
All right, now, today you testified about the time frame between the 2 videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him and you're laughing, right? And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, the video is not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _ 1062 movie begins being captured. And we have seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image _ 1063.move disconnected. Okay. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off about the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles, arts and crafts, and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct? And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No,
Then correct me.
there was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt, so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry.
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device. All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are
All
filmed
right,
at
so I've
11:12 and
discovered that it
11:23?
appears my microphone on my headphones doesn't work. Can you hear me now? Hello? Anybody home? Oh, sweet. Thank you.
This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:20?
Are we on cross?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we, I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. Do you remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
So, yes,
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
however long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Who was it that said earlier? How many times can I say
Now,
don't
you
recall?
testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday, the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And you still, your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Okay. Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
Playing hide and
He's been
seek.
drinking, yes.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
Lying.
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls, just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me, he was just making sure that Lucas was covered for pickup or drop off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office on either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
Well, it's not like she's the first defendant to ever lie.
What did y'all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did y'all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
No, not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct? And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Not that I can recall. Is there anything that you recall that you can recall? I don't recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threaten.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call? And if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes, plus ours.
Well, when did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
He was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points in times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
That's effective.
There were multiple hiding places.
On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to. He would never break into my home.
All right, it's your
911.
testimony that
What's
you
your
did not push
emergency?
him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
We couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes.
She's covering for him.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On
It's not
February
like they got to go to
23rd.
Or
work.
early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person like most of us that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Correct.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I wouldn't be
I'm-
going down
I'm
this
guessing,
path.
so I'm not gonna guess
I would
times.
be.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home
That's
from
just going to
Publix.
show how
When was your first
intoxicated
drink?
she actually was.
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
The more intoxicated she is, the
12:30
less she is
when you get back
capable
from
of making good decisions.
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? You described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
Chugging the bottle of wine.
At this point, I don't remember.
All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct? He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right? So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No.
Okay. So you both hide?
No.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too?
Hide
or
and
do you
don't
guys
go
have
seek.
house rules?
I understand how the
Okay.
game of hide and seek
So
works.
explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you
Have they
returned
asked about the
downstairs.
messages yet?
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to
Right.
do that.
But you saw, you testified those.
Hide and zip.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. And the defendant stand down?
Entered into the well?
Yes.
Yes.
Have they asked you about the text messages
Deputy.
to the sister
Please
yet?
release her into the well, please.
What? Oh, he's going to get the suitcase out. He's going to get her to show him how far you zipped it up. How far she zipped it up. He's going to get her to get in it.
All right. Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that you zipped it shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of.
Would it be easier to put it on here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Yes. Agreed. If she's going to be manipulating it.
If she's going down there and manipulating it, she needs some gloves on.
What do you want her to do?
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paperclip? And do you remember which one it was in?
This side.
Judge, the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutor has attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We don't know if that's the proper way that it was attached, but he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach.
Well, Judge, when you left the courtroom earlier, the prosecutor had a tanty and upended the box with the suitcase in it and dislodged said paperclip, and now it can't be used as a demonstrative aid. Where did Elizabeth and Udahef go? Has everyone racked off? I don't blame them. It's 8.5 hours so far. So the paperclip was hooked to the zipper thing to make it easier to open and close, I'm assuming. Which would have made it a lot easier for him to open and close the zipper if his fingers weren't broken by a baseball bat. So did I miss anything at the start across? Doesn't
Objections
sound like
overruled.
they've been very effective.
All right. Madam Clerk, are you ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine to take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase. This is how the suitcase was. This was up here. This was not this.
Make sure you get the orientation right, Sarah, because they've got photos.
This was like here.
Okay. About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
I assume this one was much closer? It's not over there? Where do you?
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it or?
When you're done zipping
With
it
the
shut and he's
Just zip
inside
the
of it,
fucking thing.
where are the zipper components?
Just tell me where it's at.
She doesn't bend like a lady.
The corner. I mean, the corner was cut open. I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was already pre-hinged, yes. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat. Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
Mhm.
And so once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there and that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is you start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him. I was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him because you didn't hit him with the bat outside of the suitcase, correct?
Yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
No, that's okay. Suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions?
Any redirect examination?
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke it. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase.
Briefcase.
Suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
I bet you they found
Just gonna hit him
DNA
with
on
the hand.
the bat.
But all
That's
the
why.
other
Clarifying that.
injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can return to council's table.
So,
Judge, can we approach you?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table and then we can approach.
so they didn't question her about her strangulation charges
Come on up, y'all.
prior? Or the text messages that she sent about hide and seek and getting rid of him? I'm going to have to go back and watch the start, I think. No, wasn't even close. So you still think it's in Sarah's favour so far? Or have the state met their burden? Hmm. I'm tipping they're going to call it a day now. What is the time? Oh yeah, it's 9:15 in the morning here, so it'd be 5:45 there, yeah? Uh, yeah, I need to go back and watch the start of this redirect. I missed it. They make her get the suitcase out and zip it up and show them how it was set.
All right, members of the jury, thank you so much. It is 5:42. At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know you've heard it. I'm sure you're sick of it, but I got to keep reading it. So thank you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, You must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you for the balance of the evening, and thank you so much.
Give me my hand back. Well, there we have it, folks. Looks like the cross-examination was a dismal affair.
Thank you. With regard to these medical records, the court previously today had required by 5 p.m. to address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed.
Oh.
It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting. And I understand that you may want to be seeking those into evidence maybe tomorrow. And the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with the client?
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye, sweetheart. I'll just wait for this this update and sign off until tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me and watching along with me. It's been a blast. Hopefully I get some sleep today. That'll be lovely. You make sure you all have a fantastic
We've
evening.
had discussions with Ms. Boone, and she claims that every time that he went to the hospital and the medical records would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her, we've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of Jorge Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went as it relates to their difficulties. Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right. So, ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them.
I bet you that's because there is evidence in there of her abusing him, so they won't bring them in now. You wait.
You recall earlier today I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes,
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they are exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire
understanding,
for the evening?
sorry,
That's okay.
my understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning. tomorrow.
It was either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
Then, just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish.
Let it
this
watch
week
on the
if at all
weekend.
possible. I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up in bed now.
Let's do worst case scenario.
Okay. She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have.
Okay, my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm gonna have to check her availability on Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, state? Anything else from the defense? All right, the court will be in recess till, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone with schedule. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified, that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses. And then we'll get into everybody else's witnesses stuff. There's about 3 or 4 that I have in the morning time that we'll be proceeding on.
Yeah, whatever.
And we'll go.
Okay,
All right. I think that's it. We're done. I don't need to hear any more scheduling issues. We will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So be there or be square. Love you all. Peace out.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.